Welcome to day 2 of this honorary event, celebrating the extraordinary legacy of Professor Ramose. After yesterday's rich discussion, it's a privilege to gather here again to deepen our exploration of his profound contribution, particularly through the lens of Ubuntu and its resonance in the world of technology. Professor Ramose has given us a gift, a philosophical framework that transcends time and place. His articulation of Ubuntu as Motho ke motho ka batho isn't just a statement of human interdependence, it's a call to rethink how we live, how we relate, and how our disciplines lives far beyond what we might have imagined. This conference is our humble attempt to say, we've heard you, Prof. We are inspired and we're committed to carrying your legacy. So yesterday we reflected on the roots of his work, tracing the threads of African philosophy that he has masterfully wove into the vision of ethical existence. So in this first session, we're going to turn our gaze forward, asking how does this vision speak to the technological age? So how does Ubuntu, as Professor Ramose has illuminated it, guide us in the world of algorithms, guide us into the world of networks and innovation? Prof. Ramose didn't just give us ideas, he gave us a challenge to question individualism, to reject systems that divide, and to build ones that heal. In technology, where innovation can sometimes outpace ethics, his voice is a steadying force. So how do we ensure that our creations reflect Ubuntu's values? How do we honor the we in a world that often celebrates the I? These are the questions he leaves us with, and today we grapple with them together. So the first session this morning focuses on transformative journey, one that harnesses the power of artificial intelligence, not just in the world, but specifically for Africa. So I want you to imagine a rural farmer in Botswana using AI as a tool that speaks Setswana. Picture a student in Lagos accessing educational opportunities in Yoruba. I want you to envision a doctor in a remote village using AI as an assistant, an AI that is fluent in isiXhosa or Swahili to diagnose illnesses with precision, even when resources are scarce. So this is the AI Africa deserves, an AI that doesn't just mimic the Western, but one that builds from the ground up and reflects our realities. So in this session, we're saying that it's not enough to just translate Western models. We need to train AI on African data. We must build AI for Africa, we must breed AI with Africa, not just for Africa. This means we have to investigate African talents, our codes, data scientists, and linguists who understand our context better than anyone. It means creating a database that reflects our streets, our markets, and our stories, not borrowing from the Silicon Valley or borrowing from Beijing. So this first session is going to build on the intersection of Ubuntu and technology and AI. We're going to hear from thinkers who have taken Prof. Ramose's work and insights and have applied them into their own work and in designing technology and AI. So let me introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Monde Ndwasa. I'm going to ask you to come join me on stage. So Professor Monde so he earned his Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from the University of Cape Town in 1986. His pursuit of knowledge led him to Cambridge University, where he obtained his master's and PhD in biochemistry in 1996. Returning to his alma mater in the University of Cape Town as a research fellow, he accepted a tenure position in biochemistry in the University of Witwatersrand, which lasted 17 years until 2016. His academic journey culminated in 2016 when he was appointed as a full professor in biochemistry in the University of South Africa. Prof. Mdasa has a long history of studying developmental biology and oncology. He's coalesced into drug discovery and development, focusing on molecule anti-cancer drugs. Prof. Mdasa's laboratory is working on a pipeline of anti-cancer drug leads. Prof. Mdasa has several drug candidates internationally. One is currently undergoing preclinical studies. Prof has also played several leadership roles in the academic arena. He chairs many research foundations and panels, and he was the inaugural panel chair for the Oliver Tambo Research Chair Initiative. So since the year 2022, Prof. Mdasa has promoted innovation and youth empowerment as the acting executive dean of the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences until 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Prof. Mdasa on stage to give us our first keynote.
Thank you, Sanne. I always find this resume is quite embarrassing. Thank you very much for inviting me to this important meeting. I want to thank Prof. Ramose for the great work that you have done, and also for being Prof. Ramose. And I enjoyed yesterday tremendously. It was a very important meeting, and it was stimulating certain ideas, and also stimulating jealous about who we are. I think it's critical for us as Africans to be jealous about ourselves, because there are so many things that have been taken away from us, which we need to take back. So I'm really pleased to be here, and I hope, Sunny, that I can do this presentation in just 20 minutes. I hope you won't harass me too much. I'm going to try. So I want to talk today about the 4 things that I've listed there. I want to talk about the legacy that we're experiencing. A lot of our problems come from the past, and we need to recognize this, although many of us trying to push this to the back of our minds, but I don't think we can move forward without addressing the legacy of the past. So I want to talk about that first instance. And then I also want to talk about artificial intelligence itself, because that is the point of this presentation, really. But I don't want to talk about the obvious benefits of artificial intelligence, because everybody knows it is there as a technology to assist human activities, human life. But what we really need, because those are obvious, and they will happen, and they will happen above ground. But artificial intelligence comes with many hidden things. And I think these are the points that we need to discuss today, because we're not here to celebrate artificial intelligence. We want to be able to use it wisely. And then I want to talk about deep technology, because artificial intelligence has moved to that space. In fact, it's the main driver. particularly the morphing of capitalism as an economic system, and how it's been morphed by the arrival of artificial intelligence. And then, of course, I want to talk about the new African. I'm quite happy to be in this meeting because yesterday I was just pleased to hear key words that I don't always hear in meetings of this nature. The word Black consciousness, the word Pan-Africanism. These are words that many Africans are scared to talk about because they have been what called bitten to think that to talk about Black consciousness or Pan-Africanism is to exclude other people, which is certainly not the case. But I felt at home yesterday when I was hearing these keywords being said here. And therefore, that's why also the topic of my talk is positive for this time. I'm not talking about the death of Africans. I'm talking about the awakening of Africans. The problem, I believe, is that for 400 years we have been in slumber, and there are theologians here who I hope will take these notes seriously and take them further. The slumber that's been happening for 400 years. So our problems really begin at this juncture in the history of Africans, what I call trans-oceanic dispersal. Some people call it transatlantic slave trade. It's not a slave trade because these were not slaves really. Our ancestors were turned into commodities. They were things. They were treated like things that are less than even animals, the ways they were treated. This is how the transatlantic dispersal of Africans happened. And this is where the problems began, really, for us in earnest. The disruption of important structures in our communities, the kingdoms that were destroyed as a result of this, the dispersal of Africans to the north, to the south, to the east. Most people talk about the west only, but as you can see here, the east also had a tremendous impact on the disruption, and also to the south, because there was also dispersal internally within the continent. This is where, you see, I heard yesterday people talk about Ubuntu, but you see, Ubuntu cannot be realized without structural arrangements to support it. And this is where people, when I said last year, at Prof. Motsa's meeting on the African Summit meeting at Prof. Hotel here in Pretoria, I said Ubuntu is dead. And Prof. Lavangana is not here, and she disagreed with me vehemently. Ubuntu is dead. The least we can say is to say it is undead, because the only remnant of Ubuntu that stays is the matter of kindness. As a result, people think that Ubuntu is kindness. Ubuntu is a comprehensive philosophy that governs every part of human activity, from God to human interactions, human environmental interactions, human legal, all kinds of. Ubuntu is part of that. It's a comprehensive philosophy, but it's been watered down into just a mere practice of kindness. It's not. And it can't happen without structural arrangements. Those days when Ubuntu was being worked, it was anchored on Ubukhosi. It was always governed from Engosini. Now, I knew when we grew up in the Eastern Cape, bekungasetyenzwa on Sunday. And if you work on a Sunday, you get reported komkhulu. You see? This is how Ubuntu works in real. It can't work without those structural arrangements. That is why the question of land becomes so important when you talk about Ubuntu, because for Ubuntu to work properly, you want land sovereignty. So land is not about agriculture only or about minerals, it's also about the identity and sovereignty of people. And this is what I think we always miss out. I think it's critical, therefore, for us to remember that this history is critical unless we address what happened there, the disruption of the scattering of the people, erasure of Africans from history. The whole world sees us as an appendage in history at the moment. It is a result of this because this was followed by a systematic erasure of our history by Europeans and caricaturing of Africans. We all now imitate the colonizers because they turned us into them by erasing our history. The Americans did a fantastic job for 60 years where they bred black people. And when the children were born, they killed the parents for 60 years. $60 million, whatever thing that now they joke about. So this was to make sure that those Africans they never realize, where they came from, their history. This is the most brutal thing. These are not slavery. It was a dreadful thing, the past, which we must remember. We can't forget it. It's important for us to move forward. So the status quo now is that, basically. And it started with the Scramble of Africa, with the Berlin Conference that we talked about in 1884. That's where the final stamp was put, where Europeans basically divided the continent to themselves, right? So 7 European nations basically divided the continent, and the Berlin Conference, they made a joint agreement on how they were going to trade in Africa amongst themselves. They still do this even today. Today, we've got Africa divided into many regional economic structures. These economic structures are, as you can see there, are actually managed by Africans themselves as factotums of Western nations. And you can see that text there is taken from one of those documents that they would call. You see, the West have become masters of lies and deception. So they never present what they want to do really in the way. They always use euphemisms. So you can see in that, it's a promise of what these regional economies are going to do. When they talk about peace and security, they actually mean instability and war, because that's what they go to those regions to do. And when they talk about institutional visibility, international visibility, they mean that those countries must be loyal to them for them to exist, basically. They actually mean loyalty. Financial support for them means actually that you allow to do their bidding according to how much they're going to pay you to do it. Basically, it's about loyalty. And what is interesting is that all those regions are actually regions that are supported, as you can see on the slide. These institutional capacity building programs are led by external parties. And those parties are the France, Germany, United Kingdom, and the European Union. These are the people who met in 1884 to divide the continent. They are still using their influence today by forming these bogus regional structures, which are actually their proxy structures, because they can control the continent by proxy from their home countries. So now France has been particularly the most brutal in recent time nation, and shameless nation, basically, when it comes to Africa, because even today, France still has that tax for the continuation of colonialization. I mean, this is shameless. They don't even, there's no shame in them to say, we're taxing you for continuation of slavery. Fortunately, that is changing. That's why I want to focus today on this awakening, which is clearly happening. Because there are certain things that are happening. One of the things that is promising to happen is the Africa trade area. That has got 54 signatories in the continent, and it's very important that these continents, because we know that there have been serious divisions even during the time of Kwame Nkrumah. You know those what they were called, those two groups that basically frustrated the unity of Africa. But there are 54 signatories for this Africa trade area thing. And the principles there basically are to keep business within Africa and also to keep production in Africa and to tariff it appropriately. But the problem, this will depend on integrated infrastructure within the continent. But there's not much talk about that. We see now that there is the attempts by, and this is spearheaded through China, to integrate the continent by building infrastructure, that connects the continent properly, because they wanted to keep us divided by making sure that you cannot go from here to Senegal. You must go to France first before you can go to Senegal, by making sure that we are not connected. This free trade area will only work really properly because it depends on smooth what you call commerce within the continent. It depends on the infrastructure that connects these things. So I'm a bit worried, although this is a very important positive thing, I'm a bit worried that there's no talk about the matching infrastructure to make this happen. And you must know, everything that Africans do, there is a pushback from the colonial work, they always do. Even now, I'm sure they don't like the Africa trade, and they will find ways of deceptively. Now, they're not going to do it openly. They're not going to wage wars, but they will deceptively frustrate this Africa trade. So it requires leadership with spine, which unfortunately gets killed by the West. As soon as we have a leadership with spine, they kill, and then they put their factotums, and those factotums they call dictators, and then the dictators have become like synonymous with Africans. And these are the sort of things we need to really be aware of. So I'm worried about that. The other thing that has happened is the awakening, which I will talk about. But that is the status quo at the moment in Africa. But as I'm going to say, to show later, it's all changing. So now let's move on to artificial intelligence. Thank you. So now, artificial intelligence looks like a new thing now, but this idea of computers behaving like humans has been there since 1950s, 56 to be exact. The idea of producing computers that can mimic human intelligence. So as you know, computers today, like ones we have in front, they've got this basic structure where there's external world where you have an input into the computer through your keyboard, and there's a human being and so on. And then there is a CPU, which is algorithm driven, and then it gives you an output. That is the basic computer. This computer is completely dependent on human activity, on human manipulation. It can't work without the external world. So the change happened when this new development came called neural networks. As you can see, computers have got an input on one side and an output on our side. The middle part is what is controlled by the algorithms. So initially, what we do, the computer will have algorithm in the central processing unit, and that algorithm would have been predetermined by you. And then it will give you a... I think I might as well stop because I'm far from 10 minutes. So the neural network is what revolutionized computers, because in the neural networks, the computer, the algorithm that you put for the computer can generate its own algorithm. So it now introduces an area where there's unsupervised activity, where the human being does not work, and that's what it is. So the artificial intelligence is introduced by that layer of the computers, where the computer can, after you put in an initial algorithm, it then generates its own algorithms and makes decisions on its own without the intervention of the human being. So, I've got to recognize here this was a drawing from one of my master's students when I was still at BETS, was using it as a machine learning program for a biological problem. So there are emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning, which I want to talk because often there is a misconception about them sometimes. I want to make the difference. So the overarching area we're talking about is what is called artificial intelligence. But within artificial intelligence, there is another layer, which is called machine learning. This is where machines can make unsupervised decisions, but they still need some human intervention. But the intense layer of activity now is what we call deep learning. This is where computers are completely free from the human intervention. And that is the area which is very, very important. Okay, so that is artificial intelligence. I'm trying to, Sane has really disturbed me now. So, because I'm trying to see how I can shorten this and I don't know how to, still far. So artificial intelligence has had a serious impact on how things are going to happen. It's affecting, it's transforming the workplace, it's transforming political systems, because it has got the ability to introduce authoritarianism, because governments now can control every aspect of human activity if they want, using artificial intelligence. We've already seen what called the beginning of that. It introduces serious problems, ethical problems. So the legal transformation that requires to happen as a result of artificial intelligence is demand. It's got a huge impact on national defense, because it is about, you can see already how the nature of war has changed as a result of artificial intelligence. Innovation is heavily affected, and so are financial systems. So it comes, therefore, the big tech, which is very important for us as Africans. The deep tech are companies basically that are found on scientific discovery, and I'm going to talk about them in some detail. So the introduction of deep tech has changed the nature of capitalism, because, as you know, capitalism is a system that is defined by specific what call features, surplus value, the difference between cost of labor and cost of the products. The surplus value is changed now. As a result of this, the market, the concept of the market has changed. The owner of means of production is also changed, as I'm going to show you, and then, of course, expropriation of labor. And all of that is due to the introduction of artificial intelligence. Now, there is this book which I think many of us should try and read, because this is what Yanis Varoufakis, he was a minister of finance in Greece, and now I think he's an academic in the UK. So he's introduced the term techno-feudalism, because that's what capitalism has morphed into. It has morphed into techno-feudalism by changing these critical elements of capitalism. The concept of the market has changed. Now, markets don't see any borders. They can't be controlled by borders. In fact, in the end, the owners of means of productions are no longer the critical elements in capitalism, and so is expropriation of labor and surplus value. All of this is controlled by the new technologies. And these are examples of these big tech companies. They've come with the introduction of what you call cloud capital. So if you look at Alphabet is the parent company of Google. These companies have got no boundaries. They can work anywhere. Amazon is a platform, but Amazon makes more money than the people who own the means of production. You know about Uber. Uber has just got an app, but Uber controls all the cars in the world as a franchise. So this is where business has come to, and this is the business of the future. The big tech companies and how they have basically morphed capitalism into what you call a feudalist economy, but a different feudalism than what it was. These means of productions are now vassals. The owners of means of productions are vassals. The actual owners of the business is this big tech companies. And these 5 companies, including these ones, NVIDIA, WeChat, and everything, the 9 out of the 10, the top 10 companies in the New York Stock Exchange are big tech companies, like the ones that I've just, Apple is the first one. So you can see where the nature of business is going. And I won't talk about that, let me move because of your time. But this shows the problem that we are facing, and I'm moving towards to explain what does this mean for us as Africans. Now, because of your time, I won't talk too much, but this is worth looking at. This is a book that is compiled by the United States National Intelligence Council, and predicting, prophesying basically, what is going to happen in the next 2 decades since 2020. And what the United States prophesies, you know, it's likely to be fulfilled. So it's important. This is about 145-page book, but it's revealing what is supposed to happen in the future, in the world of the future. And these are the challenges that are going to happen. It's talk about the uncertain future of money. Money will be, we're talking about digital currencies. Okay, Sane. Am I okay? Yeah, because, yeah. So digital currencies are currencies of the future. And I think that prophecy is already starting, because I know that Trump has already endorsed what to call, at least personally endorsed, Bitcoin. So the future, according to these predictions by the United States National Intelligence Council, is a disease, is private ownership of things, disruptive technologies, financial crisis, climate change. That is what the future is all about. And it talks about what will happen, a complex and fragmented trading environment. You can see already agreements that are so fluid now between Europe and the East and West and the West. There are trade agreements that are extremely fluid, that are sometimes tit for tat. That is what is going to happen in the future. And the question is, where are we as Africans when that happens? So let me move very fast on that. And it shows here that in that book that the future really is going to be controlled by these features, hyperconnectivity. And we're talking here about human-machine interface. That is the future. And this is highly dependent on deep learning, because we're talking now about humans completely interfaced with machines. And that's what people call in one word transhumanism. And all those things are things to do with where is Africa coming in. Virtual reality and then Internet of Things. Those are things of the future. Okay, let me move very fast. Some of the things that are going to be important in the future, which deep tech relies upon completely, is the supply chain. The supply chain becomes important, and Africa always suffers. Someone talked about how what we produce becomes a curse for us. Lithium is very important in the future, rare earths and cobalt. And we already see the Democratic Republic of Congo is experiencing what is experiencing mostly because of what they own. So is Sudan and so on. So these are things that we need to talk about. So let me talk about what we have in the continent, which makes it very important for us to know what's happening in the future. This continent, besides how it is being depicted, is a very large continent. Africa can accommodate all the other continents, as you can see in this word called. But people talk about a continent that looks like it can be overpopulated. We've got 1.4 billion people here, and we can house both China and India comfortably within the continent. How can we be overpopulated? 40% of the world's gold it comes from here, 90% of platinum and chromium. We've got the largest reserves of cobalt, diamonds, platinum, and uranium, 65% of the world's arable land, 10% of the planet's renewable fresh water, and we've got a growth rate of 2.4%. So we are a highly resourced continent. The problem is this. All of this wealth is harnessed by these people. But fortunately, the awakening has come because we can see the winds of change in the western part of Africa. The formation of the AES countries is a significant development in the continent. And these countries have done very, very critical things, which I think all African countries should look up into. Those that are put in red are the ones that are most important. The nationalization of critical industry, and the nationalization of land, development of agriculture, local beneficiation of raw materials, clearing of exploitative debt, the debt that's caused by the IMF and the World Bank, the rejection of military support from the West, and new alliances and modernization of military structure. That is shown already in Burkina Faso. Now it's very difficult for insurgency to operate there because how they modernize their air strike capability is just out of this world. And it's unlikely that now those Western countries are going to foment difficulties for the Burkina Faso people. So this is what I call the Great Awakening. It's just those three countries that started it. But now other West African countries have come in and they're joining in. ECOWAS, which was one of those structures, is dying a slow death. I think within no time it will no longer be there. Now, what is important for AI to function? AI is important for the continent. You need to own data. That is the first problem that Africans don't have. We don't own even our own genomic data. Our genomic data is owned by Europeans. There are few attempts now to try and do the non-human genomic data to retain in Africa. But genomic data is extremely important, but it's not owned by us. So ownership of data is important. Ownership of things. We don't own our own things. I mean, I was in Cape Town last year in a hotel and I had a booking problem which needed to be solved. And to solve it, I had to talk to people in the Netherlands. Because what called Booking.com is a global thing. Although I'm in Cape Town, I'm dependent on answers from the Netherlands. So ownership of things is critical. Africans don't own things. We don't own anything. Connectivity is extremely poor. Now we can hear Elon Musk is also having what called monopoly, which means that he can actually cut us out if he likes. Innovation capacity. No country can exist, can thrive without innovating internally. Africa depends on external innovations. We don't do our own innovation. highly developed professional base we don't have. Skilled workforce, it still needs to be developed. And of course, the legal framework is still rudimentary. Listen, I think I'm going to have to talk because Usane is really giving me a difficult time. Sane, I've got 2 more slides. Is that okay? All right. So for me, what do we need to do now? So I think, first of all, we need to show the West that they're no longer important. The West is in decline, and they cannot stop Africans from doing what they want to do. So we need to nurture new alliances. It has worked in the West Africa, in the IS regions, it's already worked. They have purged France completely. All those 3 countries, Togo is what called Cote d'Ivoire, all of them, they're coming in, they're purging the French out, and they are actually relocating their wealth back to their countries. So we need new alliances, and we can let the wealth go its own agenda. And then we've got to follow our own agendas. Because the problem with us is that they always come an agenda from the West, and we just come in. And the universities are particularly bad in this thing because we are academics who are supposed to be critical and scrutinize everything. But unfortunately, academics are just, I don't know what we are really. We just cheerleaders. We just cheer anything that comes in. And if it is going to give us a research fund, we'll go along with it and sing the tunes. So we need to also reject what call aid-like trade agreements. These exploitative trade agreements, we don't benefit from AGOA more than Americans benefit from AGOA. So we actually, and AGOA will not really have any clout without South Africa. So I think we need to reject things like that. We need to protect our own natural resources. Some African countries have already done, I think Botswana, in fact, is doing that with their diamonds. Beneficiation must happen within, internally, no longer export of our natural resources. Restrict develop our own infrastructure and own it. And then universities must learn now to align themselves with an African agenda, which means universities must be the source of African agenda. We are not the source. You saw yesterday people talked about how important universities were in influencing the constitution. But I don't think that our government appreciates the importance of universities. But they're not learning even from apartheid, because apartheid really understood the importance of universities in everything. But we saw just yesterday people talking about how UCT influenced the constitution. But we ignore the importance of universities. I think that African academia needs to wake up because we are in slumber. We're just doing things, without really having any jealousy about our continent. So I was really harassed by Sane, but I just want to say that for me, I think it is very important for the continent to work for meaningful unity. And it must start from a solid economic bloc, but that economic bloc also requires leadership with integrity and leadership with spine, which we need to believe. There is, in my view, an example in West Africa that's coming up of a new African, which must be celebrated and replicated in other parts of Africa. Thank you. So I suppose there are no questions now. Just 5 minutes.
I'm going to stretch it. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. I'm going to open the floor for questions, comments, and discussion. So if you have a question for Prof, please, Prof. Okay, I see a hand. So I'm going to start in the table, Ayanda, and then Zamo, and I'll come in front. Thank you. Do we have a mic?
Prof, thank you very much for your presentation. I just wanted to ask you a few questions, perhaps to pick on what you've presented. When you began your presentation, you spoke about the issue of building social institutions that are fundamentally premised on Ubuntu. So Prof. Ramose has got this thing called, I think, bounded reasoning, right, that kind of runs throughout the discourse on Ubuntu. So I want to kind of think about and bounded reasoning is, of course, also based on that antithetical, the two opposing, the four, and it's that Western Eurocentric philosophy that's just kind of based on two. It's either the for or against. So when we then begin to speak about social institutions, how do we begin to kind of, just from your just from your view, what would it be? What would it mean to kind of look at building social institutions that are actually also free from that notion of bounded reasoning that are embedded within that particular philosophy of Ubuntu? So that's the first question. The second question is, you had that particular slide of the AI, which was the input, the neural networks, and the output. So we've always heard about the neural links. We always kind of hear how complex it is to kind of think about neural links. Is there perhaps an oversimplification of how it's being done in the AI, or is it, because we always hear that it's something that's complex. Is there an oversimplification? What is the type of language that is used to kind of form what we call neural network? What is the logic behind the neural network, or the language that kind of forms, the processes it forms to move from input neural link to output? Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, Sane. Good day, everyone. Zolisa here. Others know me as Toza Mil. I've got two questions there, and they are interlinked. One of them is that I was quite interested in the topic when I was looking at the program. And I wanted to understand, especially as a keynote in an honorary symposium for Prof. Ramose, if you were also going to, your topic was going to be an engagement with his work, or was it going to be informed by his work? And I would like to engage you perhaps on that, on the basis that, are you engaging his work, one? Or if not, I would like to see as to how you think about the question of AI, deep science and deep tech and all sorts of things, right? And how then it would engage with his work, right? That's one thing. The other one, which is also interlinked, is that when you started with talking about Ubuntu as being dead, right? Or saying it is undead, if I heard you correctly. And I wanted to see you, I wanted to perhaps engage you with that notion, because again, scholars of Ramose would have a deep problem with you saying that Ubuntu is dead, especially given the fact that even esiXhoseni, right, we have amahlelo, and the prefix ubu, resembles a particular form of being, right? And if you're then arguing that Ubuntu is dead, or rather just simply linked to the idea of kindness, then are you then saying that the form of being a person, right, then two, right, is dead, or rather you are arguing that the theoretical understanding of what Ubuntu is, or as a theoretical basis or as a moral basis, is dead, and therefore it is only linked to kindness? Or are you trying to say, therefore, that the notion of Ubu, from Professor Ramose's ways of understanding Ubuntu, rather than what our sister Guillaume Bebe said, it is Ubuntu improper, right, or improper. So I wanted to engage you with that notion of Ubuntu and your presentation with regards to if it does engage Prof. Ramose's work. Thank you.
Molweni Betona. Thank you very much, Maya. And I think for me, you're taking us to where we are supposed to be and begin to dissect how as Africans we need to understand that we are wearing but we are naked. I want to take you to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and how these agreements come to being. And I'm happy we are in a higher education, 151-year-old higher education institution. And thanks, Prof, for showing that we have real veterans. And as a person who started the military veterans department, I was moved by your presentation yesterday. I would want us to situate the role of higher education institutions, especially UNISA that has CNAs that are deepening the Africanness. As an international lawyer today, when you look at the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, I will take the protocol on digital assets. And I want to connect Joacha with your last proposal about us being relevant all the time. How are we engaging with Parliament? How are we engaging with clusters of government? How are we engaging with a certain extent by force? So as to make sure that when the selection of expertise, they call it, there's a new word that they are using within the UN. For example, in AI, we had to push that our own Sizwe Kamtuze represents Africa. We should not be pushing. Now, I'm privileged because I'm in ICANN, your home for Google or your internet. That's where I play. But why are these in Kenya? What is it that Kenya does which we don't do? I will take you to the data privacy, data adequacy. If you look at UK now and looks at the selection, you have the same African countries that are seen to be prospects for trading. So Africa is being divided, but Europe is one Europe, America is one America. Now, the question is, what is it that we're not doing right? We are not doing right as Africa, so that we can see what Burkina Faso is doing and benefit from it. Lastly, on territorial integrity. From a military perspective, we always say, the owner of the infrastructure is the one who knows the security features. And I always say, because you've triggered me, even here, I want to see a person who has a South African cell phone. South African cell phone. If you can just raise it so that we can see it, maybe a Nandi cell phone. Why is that so? And we expect that in terms of privacy, we can be sovereign. We are joking. What are we not doing right? Thank you.
I'm going to allow Prof to respond, and we'll take a last set of questions.
Right, so I don't actually know where to start. There was the first question that says building institutions on Ubuntu. I was not talking about institutions, different entities of institution. My point was Ubuntu requires land sovereignty. It requires land that is owned by people who practice Ubuntu so that they can create the correct institutions within that sovereign land in order to practice Ubuntu. You see what I mean? I was not saying that you now go and find an institute somewhere and they say it's an Ubuntu. No, that won't work. Ubuntu will work as practiced by our people if there are structural arrangements to enable it to function. It can't work the way it is. The way the day they destroyed all this, the colonialists in Africa, they started by killing the kings. Now the land was taken from the kings, but now it's being returned to individuals. You see, that is the first problem, which academics should be telling the government that this is nonsense, basically, that you're doing. The land is not just a private property. The land is a sovereign thing that defines the identity of people and allows them to practice who they are. In South Africa, in Africa, we can't practice who we are. If you live in the urban area, you live as an appendage. There's so many things that limit you to be who you are if you live in an urban area. Even people who live in rural areas, there are certain limitations of things that they would like to do as Africans. They can't do them because we don't have any sovereign land that belongs to us, that is controlled by us according to our needs. That's what I was talking about. I was not talking about institutes and stuff. I was talking about structural arrangements to enable Ubuntu to function. So Ubuntu then, Tozi, it becomes undead because it is just an idea that can't be practiced. We can discuss it here, but that's all it ends in. It ends as an idea for discussion. Therefore, it is undead. It is undead because the people are still there. It can be resurrected, right? That is my point. You asked if I've read. I came to interact with Prof. Ramose. No, I'm a biochemist, so that is my primary business really in academia to deal. But I read a lot of stuff outside biochemistry, as you can imagine. So no, but I've read some of Prof. Ramose's stuff, and I was quite happy recently when I saw Dumiso's paper, a critique on the Constitution, because I've always thought I'm the only one who's saying things about the Constitution. But I was happy to say, I don't know when Dumiso is here, to do that. But no, I came to talk about the artificial intelligence. My view was talking about artificial intelligence is to basically complement, because what is happening now is going to have profound impact on who we are as Africans. And it's something that we don't realize, because many people think that artificial intelligence is bringing benefits, but I'm afraid it's bringing a lot more harm than the benefits. Giving benefits are sectional benefits, not for everybody, really. Everybody else is just going to be a user. But there are people who own artificial intelligence, and they've got other plans. So I think Africans need to be aware of that in order to move forward. And I think that's what Prof. Ramose is about. It's not just about the identity of Ubuntu, it's about Africans as a whole, also their state. Now, I was quite curious when I saw, Sane maybe can explain to me, because you played here this Va Pensiero, which is an opera from Nabucco. It's basically called the Chorus of the Hebrew Slaves. And for me, it was particularly interesting. I don't know if they can show this slide, the people there. When this slide was showing, because that opera, to me, had a significant, connection with this, what's happening here. And there are theology people, I don't know, is there any theology person today? I don't know. Why are we not looking into this? You see, this is where the agenda business comes in, because this event is of biblical proportions. And it is necessary to look at Deuteronomy 28 to see where does it fit into that slide. And now on both days, you're playing this chorus of the Hebrew slaves. And that book talks about the Hebrews being scattered throughout the world, across the nations, and being footstools for 400 years. And so it was interesting for me when you play the chorus of the Hebrew slaves consistently in this symposium. What was the intention? Was it just because it's a nice one? Maybe you should play it in full so that the symposium can appreciate it. It's an eerie opera, and it's got a meaning. The Italians, I think, used it as a national anthem at some stage. But it's called the Chorus of the Hebrew Slaves. Why are you playing it here? So the question of what are we doing wrong. Siswam, I've already said, we just need to be united. Africans, we don't have our own agenda. Everything that we do is always underpinned by a Western partner of some sort who is there to make sure it does not work. Nothing, even the African unity, union, I believe that even the infrastructure there is controlled by the Chinese. So, I think that Africans just need to be Africans and stop being subservient and appendages of anyone, either the West, North, or the East. That is our problem. We need to form our own bloc as a people and without consulting with the colonial powers.
Thank you, Prof. We're going to take the last round of questions. Please keep them short and brief.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to zero in on a passing illustration that you were making to kind of give us a sense of the technology that underpins AI. You made reference to its complexity and you sort of went down the various levels at which there's human intervention and at some point there's computational autonomy for this. And I would like to ask a question that I'm probably not even technically competent enough to ask, but hopefully I'll be able to articulate myself. I just thought of Posilius and his ideas around complexity as you were discussing neural networks, because in his book Complexity and Postmodernism he kind of touches on those, and I just want to make brief reference to his description of what constitutes a complex system and just get your thoughts just at a theoretical level in terms of probably how artificial intelligence, considering the relationship that you drew between how artificial intelligence will actually affect our ability to form political formations and systems and so forth. So he says here, he says, complex systems consist of a large number of elements. When the number of elements is relatively small, the behavior of the elements can often be given a formula or description. However, when the number becomes sufficiently large, conventional means not only become impractical, but also cease to assist in any understanding of the system. Second point he makes is that the interactions between the elements of the system have an important characteristic. Firstly, the interactions are non-linear, and that non-linearity also guarantees a small number of causes can have large results. It is a precondition of complexity. Third point, complex systems have a history. Not only do they evolve through time, but their past is co-responsible for their present behavior. An analysis of a complex system that ignores the dimension of time is incomplete or at most a synchronic snapshot of the diachronic process. So, there are several of these features that I could have gone through, but the reason I chose those is because I think there's something really important about, first of all, talking about, the African continent, African people. It's a large number of players that you're talking about, and in as much as there is sort of a border that we have, which is, which is defined by where the landmass is and where the sea is. Within the continent itself, the level of complexity is such that the number of the political systems are enough for us to say that the non-linearity of the interactions of the different states is such that we cannot predict what the outcomes will be and so forth. And so I guess what I'm trying to get to is, okay, let's now say we're going to use this, powerful computational, this computational power by the name of AI. Considering the fact that there is unpredictability in how things will turn out and so forth, how do you think we can sort of have intentions and sort of reach that goal, considering how there's this non-linearity and what have you that I sort of just described?
So this time you're talking non-linearity of what? Of the political systems?
The political systems, their interactions, and also the set of interests and decisions that you kind of made a note of with regard to supply chain and infrastructure and all of that. Is there enough coherence in my question?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, okay.
We're going to take one last question from Tumi, and Prof, you're going to wrap it up for us.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the techno-feudalism. It's a concept or term that I came across last week for the first time, and I found the articulation quite interesting and terrifying. And I wanted to ask whether you think, I suppose as you diagnose the problem that we don't own things, I wanted to get your sense whether there is anything left to own that we can acquire, and how we're going to acquire those things that must be owned, and if that will be a sufficient response in the attempt to balance out the power imbalance. I mean, my sense is that the people who own what they own acquired it by owning us, in large part, and whether we can play into that game quickly enough to respond. I mean, Prof. Ramose's work also attends to the question from the basic principle that fita kgomo o tshware motho. And I wonder if that maybe perhaps gives us an alternative avenue, because my sense is that there's not much else to own, and if there is, how do we acquire it with the power structures that are at play? Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Prof, 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay. So questions for 10 minutes and answers for 2 minutes. Well, first of all, I have to apologize to you. I did not answer the question about what neural networks part was in the first round. So the neural networks, basically, neural obviously comes from the term neurological. It's about our neurological system, how we are wired up in our nervous system as human. So basically, that is a system that's supposed to mimic how the human nervous system is wired up and works. See, that's where the neural network. So this algorithm, but when it starts, the algorithm, you put an initial algorithm, but now the computers can actually, based on the data that is available, devise a way of training and seeing patterns in new data, and then according to those patterns, they generate a new algorithm. And so the power of an AI device depends on the layers. See those neural networks at different layers. So it's calculated according to how many those layers. So the different programs will have different layers, how basically the computer goes into various iterations, generating its own algorithms and making its own decisions and making other decisions until it comes to an accurate outcome in the end. So neural basically just means that the computer now works like it was the human mind. It was the brain, basically, based on the mind. That's what it means. The question on deep learning, it's what I've just explained. I can't remember now what it was really asking, the question about the deep learning. So this high level, what called artificial intelligence, deep learning, is when the computers will be completely independent. And you can see advantages of that, and it's got problems with making, because for instance, now we're talking basically about robots that are human-like. They look like me, they can go to war and decide. And of course the problem is when you give the computer that thing, you need to also give it emotion. And that's a problem. Artificial intelligence now does not include emotion. You probably have seen artificial intelligence in call centers. A lot of call centers use artificial intelligence now. It looks like a human being, but it won't cry with you when you cry or laugh with you when you laugh, because it does not have. But machine learning needs to introduce that part into. So if you send an army of robots, it must not decide to now sympathize with the enemy. You see what I mean? So you need to that is a more difficult part to do. But deep learning basically proposes that kind of thing. And you can see the advancement of those things. And when you include that with the machine-human interface, now you can basically, this new technology sees a human being as a template. That's why some of the people who propose this talk about there's no such thing as free will anymore. Because now we can actually make human beings do things that are controlled remotely. That is not necessarily their will, through human So it's introducing serious matters that have got ethical implications for people. Now the question about complexity, I think we may be putting two things that do not mean the same thing. First of all, there is complexity. There's a general balance of complexity, meaning something that is difficult, But there's complexity which is also technical, and it will depend on the particular discipline. For instance, for us in biochemistry, genomic complexity it means something else. And if I try to explain now, probably a few people, even our students, have difficult understanding what you mean by genomic complexity. In different fields, it will mean other things. But now you also seem to be saying complexity, the same thing as multiplicity. In the content, we've got multiplicity of political, structures. But the systems is basically the same. It's either capitalism or socialism, really. So there's multiplicity of structures, but that's not necessarily complex. The multiplicity is not the same thing as complex. So complex systems, AI, yes, controls it. That's the main purpose of AI, to decide, to predict complexity and what the outcome of complexity will be, whether it's a complex system. It's been something that the chaos theory people have been dealing with for many, many years. But AI now, because once you've got a set of data with AI, and then you train an algorithm on that data, and then it will predict things that the human mind cannot at a great speed. So it's a different kind of, there are different kinds of complexity. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Monde. Because we are very behind with time, I'm going to ask that we just get 5 minutes, get our tea, and come sit down, and I'm going to introduce the next item on the program. So, round of applause again for our keynote, and let's go get our tea. Thank you. So we can begin our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, next we're going to have a panelist, and I would love to call our panel on stage. So we're going to have Mr. Lemohang Tebeli and Ms. Sibongimpile Ndabe. So Lemohang is a PhD candidate at the UCT Ethics Lab in Neuroscience Institution. His research focuses on transhumanism, AI, and personhood. And Ms. Sibongimpile is based at EduVos. She's also a PhD candidate at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in the Education Department. Her research focuses on enhancing teaching. I'm going to ask you guys to come sit up here. Next on our panel, we have Mr. Mthokozisi Maseko, who is a PhD student in Islamic Studies. His research focuses on leadership and 4IR. And we also have Professor Sindile, who's the head of the Institute of Open Distance Learning. She's also an NRF-C2 rated professor. I'm going to ask you both to come up on stage and join us. We also, part of our panelists, we have Dr. Ntabeleng Mdluli, who is based in the Industrial Psychology Department. She's a registered industrial psychologist. Ladies and gentlemen, as they come up on stage, can you give them a round of applause, please?
Good morning to everyone. I am Sibongimpile Ndabe. I'll be co-presenting with Lemohang Tebeli, and our presentation is based on Ubuntu Plus, Rethinking African Communal Values in the Digital Age. So Ubuntu is something that can be lost through the lack of relationality, but also it can be gained through proper relations amongst people. So there have been some agreements and disagreements in terms of understanding the philosophy of Ubuntu, both in the African context as well as globally. So since Ubuntu then encompasses both moral attributes of individuals and the phenomenon that embodies African humanism, ethics, and philosophy, as well as the worldview. So central to the philosophy of Ubuntu is the maxim, Umuntu ungubuntu ngabantu, which encapsulates the idea that a person is a person through other persons, but also looks at the idea that I am because we are, and since we are, therefore I am. So in Ramose's writing, he argues that Ubuntu is an informant of philosophy in Africa that is orientated on being as becoming and being as realized. So central to the African communalism, we look at the fact that it is deeply rooted then in indigenous African people's shared heritage as well as experiences. But also these shared heritage and experiences then emphasize the importance of solidarity and collective identity. So in light of these, during looking at the relevance of Ubuntu then extends beyond the traditional interactions, but offering a philosophical framework through which then we can engage with the ethical and societal implications of AI and human enhancement technologies in a manner that would provide some harmony as well as shared humanity and collective well-being. And therefore, in our presentation, we ask two main questions. Is Ubuntu inclusiveness embracing all within the ethical framework? Can it extend to artificial intelligence and human enhancement technologies? Secondly, can Ubuntu extend its principles of interconnectedness, shared humanity, and non-biological entities and enhanced beings? So these questions can be taken as challenging the traditional boundaries of Ubuntu, but also calling for us to reevaluate the African communal values within the digital age. Ubuntu then promotes the guidelines for moral behavior and values such as compassion, identity, solidarity, respect, and human dignity. So taking the position of Mats, we then argue that the African philosophical framework of Ubuntu needs to look at the fact that how does it remain relevant, particularly in the new and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and human enhancement technologies. But also Ubuntu then emphasizes on the communal well-being, the interconnectedness and human dignity that then provides a critical lens through which then we can address the ethical, social, and philosophical challenges that are posed by technologies. So while AI and human enhancement technologies are there to serve humanity, but how do we ensure that we preserve human identity, personhood, relationality, and therefore we look at Ubuntu as being a central approach in technological advancements in order to serve the collective good without leaving anyone behind or exacerbating inequalities or eroding human values. So Ubuntu, with its foundational principles, then provides us with a moral framework to address these dilemmas, whereby we look at Ubuntu that can ensure that technological advancements are evaluated not only for its efficiency and productivity, but what impact will it have on human dignity, on the society's harmony, as well as in terms of equity. So one of the key ethical concerns that is addressed by Ubuntu is the issue of bias and inequalities in AI systems, especially considering the context of Africa, where there is a great division in terms of those who have and those who do not have. Then what AI systems are we developing that will not further make this gap, but will bridge those who have and those who do not have to benefit? So Ubuntu's commitment then to fairness and equity can guide the development of AI systems that are inclusive and just. So then also ensuring that there is the human enhancement technologies risk creating new forms of inequality if access is limited to privileged groups. So how do we ensure that AI does not perpetuate the biases and the inequalities that can be reflected by these systems? So using Ubuntu principle of interconnectedness, it is then reminds us that technology should strengthen rather than replace the human bonds, foster empathy and compassion as well as mutual respect, which will then, in an increasingly fragmented world. But furthermore, the digital age then has led to the fragmentation and erosion of meaningful human connections. And therefore, in addressing this, we need to look at, within our paper, we're looking at Afro-Tech approach, which then advocates for African-centered framework for the development of new and emerging technologies. So this approach will then emphasize human Ubuntu principles like human dignity, moral excellence, as well as communal prosperity. In that way, we ensure that technological advancements align with communal values and contribute to a sustainable and equitable future for all. So Ubuntu then can be applied in new and emerging technologies to better provide human-centered framework that will guide the ethical development and deployment of AI and human enhancement technologies in order to make sure that its productivity does not harm the harmony within communities. So AI systems that automate jobs also provide, in order to increase profits, should not lead to a widespread of unemployment as well as social inequality. So in the use of Ubuntu, we then provide this balance of technological progress with the well-being of all members within the society. So Ubuntu principles of interconnectedness will then remind us that technologies should strengthen rather than replace human bonds, but also in the context of AI and human enhancement technologies, it means that we should be designing systems that enhance collaboration, empathy, mutual understanding, rather than fostering alienation and competition and leaving the marginalized behind. So we also look at the fact that Ubuntu emphasizes the intrinsic value of every individual. So it provides the moral foundation to ensuring that these technologies respect and preserve human dignity rather than reducing people to data points and commodifying human life. And therefore, we look at the fact that in AI systems that mimic human behavior, or in human enhancement technologies that enhance capabilities, the question would be, can those systems accommodate everyone within the community? So with the rapid pace of technology innovation that we cannot run away from, these developments, we need the development of ethical frameworks that can govern these to ensure that communities all move forward together. So that is why then we utilize Ubuntu, because it emphasizes on the collective responsibility and moral accountability that can help to ensure that AI and human enhancement technologies are developed by ethical considerations in the forefront. What is right, what will help the community, and ensuring that the community moves forward. For example, we would encourage more of long-term societal impacts of these technologies rather than focusing on the short-term impact, which will benefit very few people within the community. And therefore, looking at the work of GAID, we also thought that it is important then to rethink Ubuntu driven by AI concepts. Ubuntu principles can be used to ensure that technology then serves humanity while not compromising human interactions. And therefore, then we look at AI, new emerging technologies, human enhancement technologies, and transhumanism, and then we look at what are the ethical challenges in these systems. So we use transhumanism as one of the elements to advance the technologies, and the ethical challenges in this case is that there's been a rise in the philosophical and scientific movements that advocates for the use of advanced technology, such as genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and nanotechnology to enhance capabilities and transcend biological limitations. So these technological advancements present key solutions for certain individuals or for certain humans, but then it proposes a problem because it looks at mainly those individuals without looking at the larger community to benefit from this. So then the argument is that humans are half-baked products that need to be enhanced, and that's why they would introduce these technologies in order to enhance certain human limitations that are encountered by certain individuals. But these technologies, the disadvantage is that they prioritize individual enhancement and personal autonomy, and then which then conflicts with the African ethical framework of Ubuntu, which emphasizes communal well-being and interconnectedness. Which then leads us to look at the individual versus the community conundrum, whereby in the Western thoughts, it's more about personhood is often defined as individual autonomy, relationality, and free will. Whereas in the African philosophy, personhood is deeply rooted in communal relationships and societal responsibilities. So this communal understanding of Ubuntu in the African perspective will then challenge the view of looking at technology to benefit certain individuals. So the African view of man denies the persons can be defined by focusing on this or that of physical or psychological characteristics of lone individual, but rather man is defined by relevance to the environing community. And therefore, we would say that, noting Ramose's work, we say that Ubuntu is not merely a philosophical concept, but a moral framework that underscores the importance of harmonious relationships and communal well-being. So the interconnectedness is captured by the aphorism that I am because we are, but also it underscores the idea that individual identity and moral worth is derived from one's relationship with other people. So in understanding this communal perspective of Ubuntu, we also look at rethinking personhood and draw from the ethical implications of AI, especially human enhancement technologies, which my co-presenter will delve into.
Okay, thank you. So, when we look at these new technologies and we look at how and their effects and implications in Africa, we seem to see or identify that there's implication and African is at stake here, because when you look at these technologies, we ask ourselves, what is at stake, at what cost, who's benefiting, who's losing? And now we see that an African is the one that is at stake. And just to emphasize more on the transhumanism, which is one of the aspects that we'll be focusing on, is that transhumanism now arises as a philosophical and scientific movement that advocates using current and emerging technologies to augment humans' capacities and capabilities and improve human conditions, right? And it envisions a future in which the application of such technologies enables humans to slow, to reverse, eliminate aging process, achieve corresponding increase in human lifespan, and even enhance cognitive and sensory experience. But, or additionally, transhumanism envisions technologies that leads to the invention of immortality, which is now a profound shift where death could potentially be overcome. Now, for an African, I may be wrong, but I'm very sure Africans are not afraid of death, because death for an African is a very important aspect. It plays a very vital role because Africans understand what it means, the role of ancestors. Hence, death is not something that we are afraid of. So, this transhumanist understanding, right, their ultimate conviction is that humanity would ascend to a divine-like status, becoming a post-human species with the power and wisdom to shape the universe itself. Now, that's scary. However, the transhumanist vision of enhancing human capabilities through technology raise several ethical concerns, particularly in the African context and for an African. Some of those concerns I'll mention here, but these are not the only ones. It's just this, but not limited to. And the first one will be social and economic inequality. And here we look at the risk of elitism. Now, the emphasis on individual, as posed by transhumanism, the emphasis on individual enhancement, could exacerbate existing social and economic disparities, whereby we see here only those with the means to access advanced technology might benefit, leaving the majority behind. Now, for our people in the room who are way older than 30 years, 40 years, this might seem very much familiar to what has happened before, whereby only the few are the ones benefiting, while the others are not benefiting. The second one is access and inequality. And here we see that the development and use of transhumanist technologies may increase social inequality, creating elite classes of enhanced individuals and vulnerable groups without access to this technology. Here now the movement will be from tribalism, I'm a Zulu, you are Sotho, to from black and white now to enhanced and not enhanced. More like a vicious cycle. The other challenge is challenging traditional notions of humanity. And here we're looking at human identity and values. And transhumanism challenge traditional notion of what it means to be human by altering human biology and cognition through technology. And this raises questions about the nature of humanity and the ethical implication of such alteration. Is such augmented person or human person, should we still consider them as part of us, as part of the I am a person because of such a person? The other one under challenging traditional notion is cultural and religious implication. Now, the shift from religious to technological arena for seeking transcendence and ultimate meaning can conflict with the cultural values and beliefs, particularly in the context of Africa, in the context where spirituality still plays a very significant role. Now we'll be moving from the transcendence of looking at the divine being, from looking at the enhanced being. You know, where does the morality now comes in? The last one is the conflict with communal values. And here transhumanism prioritizes personal autonomy and individual enhancement, which conflict with communal values, communal prosperity and interconnectedness enshrined in Ubuntu, which emphasize social responsibility and communal well-being. Now, to address these ethical concerns, it is crucial to apply the ethical framework grounded in the promotion of inclusive access, respect for cultural values, and balancing individual with the community, individual needs and the community needs, per se. And in Ubuntu ethics provides a suitable foundation for such a framework. Ubuntu emphasizes communal values, social responsibility, and human dignity, which can guide technological trajectories without jeopardizing humanity. Motsamai Molefe's recent work on Ubuntu and technology argues that Ubuntu ethics calls for technologies that affirm human dignity and promote moral excellence rather than exacerbating existing social and economic disparities. This means that technologies like AI, NET, and HET should be developed and deployed in ways that affirm and enhance human dignity rather than undermine it. Rather than undermine it. Can I just 2 minutes? Okay. He further argues that he highlights the need, the importance of fulfilling basic needs as crucial component of Ubuntu ethics. He argues that addressing such fundamental needs is very crucial in the age of new and emerging technologies. Hence, now we balance this by looking at the reimagined Ubuntu framework. Because we know that Ubuntu itself can still be used to mitigate, but what is it that can now mitigate it even further, or how is this Ubuntu that can mitigate look like? And it's here that we come up with a mediatory approach, which now we look at balance this intersectionality between Ubuntu and technology. And we propose, as my co-presenter has said, the Afrotech approach, which is grounded in the Ubuntu ethics and manifests itself as Ubuntu Plus. And this approach seeks to represent an African in the age of new and emerging technology in a way that an African has not been represented before, ensuring that African perspectives, African values, and ethical frameworks are central to the development and deployment of these technologies. Now, Ubuntu Plus, which is a reimagined Ubuntu ethic, is both influenced and influences this new and emerging technology. It builds on traditional principles of Ubuntu, which I can speak about later. But I just want to mention very quickly these three key aspects of Ubuntu Plus, which are very crucial in making our point across. Forgive me. The first one is human dignity, as we have heard about it. But now here, the reimagined Ubuntu ensures that new and emerging technology is developed and deployed in ways that affirm and enhance human dignity rather than undermines it. The second one is justice. Ubuntu Plus emphasizes the principle of justice by advocating for the design and deployment in the new and emerging technologies in ways that promote fairness, equity, and inclusivity. Here, we see this Africa has been more like a thing for the West, whereby they just come and extract and go out. Now, with this justice aspect, we say that that should not be. Africans need a seat also on the table. And with this Ubuntu Plus, we try to book a seat on the table within technology where Africa is also represented and their voices can be heard.
Next we have Mr. Mogobela and Prof.
Are you going to need this? Do they need this or there's another one?
They might need it.
Because this is ours. This one?
Oh, you brought your own?
Yeah.
That's nice. Can you put us? Ubuntu. Ubuntu. Ubuntu language.
You took my time.
I didn't. Which one is the presentation?
It's this one.
So be mindful of time, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Program Director, and good morning. I think it's still the morning. The title of our presentation is actually borrowed from the research article that we're working on, which is Radical Merging of Decoloniality with the Fourth Industrial Revolution Discourse Framed by Ubuntu Philosophy. And just to give a background on this research article that we're working on and what it seeks to achieve. It seeks to center and outline the intersection of indigenous knowledge, technology, and social justice for an inclusive and humane technological future. Number two, it intends to foreground decolonial scholars' urgent task of reimagining a world where 4IR technologies are used for the collective well-being of society. And number three, and most importantly, it intends to incorporate Ubuntu philosophy into the decolonial discourse and the Fourth Industrial Revolution in addressing its ethical, social, and political implications, particularly for Africa and the Global South. So, in an argument which begs to understand what does the future looks like, our study then responds to this argument or this question in saying that the future is fraught with ethical concerns as a result of rising 4IR technologies. And when we talk of these ethical concerns, we're actually speaking of a broad spectrum of, your inequalities, your new kinds of poverties, new kinds of inaccessibilities, new kinds of health issues. So in that reality, in that situation, it is then important for Africans and global scholars in the Global South, and more importantly, actually, South African decolonial scholars to center the intersectionality of indigenous knowledge, technology, and social justice in their contribution as an attempt of remediating these 4IR ethical concerns. And so summing up the objectives of the study is that we aim to call for an Ubuntu-framed decolonial and 4IR discourse in addressing global inequalities and fostering holistic, community-driven solutions instead of a mere discoursing around previous injustices. We know that part of the criticism that has been labeled against decoloniality is that it is more of, a discourse. There is not that much of, and this is basically criticism. We can rule it out, we can acknowledge it or accept it, but it's there. And that criticism is saying there isn't that much of, case studies, successful case studies that are indicating, the good stories of what decoloniality looks like. So we are sort of trying to bring about that discussion and saying, how is it possible for us to really, try to put this into action now? When we take a look at the 4R technologies, we actually are bound to realize, or in fact notice, or the ingenuity, the creativity, and the baffling nature of these technologies. So in a reality where we're talking about how does the future looks like, and we are observing these technologies, we are definitely realizing that these technologies have some kind of unique features which we have never seen before, right? I mean, let's take a blockchain or the cryptocurrency, for instance, which is a digital currency used for, trade, trading. But most importantly, this digital currency is its power is so immense, or its influence is so immense to an extent that it is actually the most expensive currency that is available, right? When we take it, we compare it with the dollar, for instance, we find that the cryptocurrency is actually it's $1,000. Take one cryptocurrency, you look at a dollar is equivalent to $1,000. And the amount of, how these kind of technologies, and this is just one technology from the 4R technologies that are emerging. So we're looking at these and we are then wondering what is it that we can do via Ubuntu, and noticing and realizing the new forms of inequalities, risking the marginalization of communities such as those in the global south that are not integrated into the technological development. And then, so Ubuntu, in our view, and of course in a general, drawing from the general interpretation and meaning of the concept itself, is that it emphasizes the interconnectedness of community, the value of shared humanity, of I am because we are. And this is a collective identity of harmony and solidarity, which is central to Ubuntu, basically. So this meaning is central to Ubuntu. And the Ubuntu ethics are promoting empathy, respect, mutual care, and shared responsibility. And the application that Ubuntu has, that it can offer to the world, is that it has a framework of societal development, a framework that can assist and can enable societal development, fostering inclusive and sustainable models as well. So, and just a brief now unpacking of the decoloniality as in our attempt of, bringing about the intersectionalities of all these different themes. That decoloniality is known as a process of challenging and removing colonial structures and ways of thinking that continue to affect societies. It seeks to bring indigenous and marginalized knowledge systems to the forefront. And in this, I'll bring the two scholars, which are actually very interesting, Malaret and Schwab, who argue that COVID-19 has rearranged existing methods of governance, which includes the neo-colonialist imperialist status quo. And a quintessential paraphrase of this argument of these two scholars in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, if you want a very sort of like summarized understanding, is observed and understood through the waning influence of the US and European bloc. How their influence of, there was a time where democracy was a very shining model for a lot of countries to model themselves around. Even with Africa, the first country that gained its independence, right? It saw itself as a democratic country, and it intended to model itself along those lines. And this just began a trajectory across many countries that gained independence in Africa. Right up to the 90s, with South Africa as well as among the countries that saw itself as, wanted to model itself around democracy. And even, I mean, the former Soviet Union, right? Former Soviet Union, oh my God, my time. So I'll have to just rush quickly and then give my, my colleague, Professor Ngubane, to continue with this. But just to bridge this gap. So the decoloniality challenge, introduction of decoloniality aims to challenge the Western-centric 4R narratives that exclude marginalized voices and perspectives, and Ubuntu offers an alternative ethical framework for that approach in technological development centered in human well-being and community, and the radical measure between these two. So the radical measure of decoloniality in Ubuntu is a proposition of a technology-driven future that uplifts marginalized communities and respect indigenous values. I will then hand over to my colleague. Thank you.
Habari zenu. Sasa mimi nitaendelea hapo kwa nani kwa mwanafunzi wangu. Aren't we an African university? I thought you could speak Swahili. Yes, I'll need it here, no problem. Good morning, and my humble respects to Professor Ramose. Prof, I have been working with your work. My work that is highly cited is about Ubuntu, and it has been used by most students to actually frame their work. Mthokozisi is a political scientist, and for the first time, he's actually dealing with Ubuntu. So we are forcing your philosophy on our students, because we believe that there is no way that Ubuntu ngabantu can just be left and die with the older scholars. So we are here. Ubuntu philosophy is grounded on humanity, and we know that very well. The departure is about making sure that we don't focus on profit-driven ethos. We become actually Ubuntu-centered. And when you look at all the scholars that deal with technology, we'll always see that when people deal with technology, they'll always think that technology is the one that is going to enable. But Ubuntu actually gives the soul to technology. And actually, it takes away the dominance that comes with technology. It says that you are here as a mere tool to enable development amongst people. So that's why we think it's actually quite essential that people remember that at the end, it's about the people. So it's the meaning of success, identity, dignity of an individual, and ensuring that whatever way that tools are used and ideologies are used is mainly to make sure that there is welfare of the community. So the principle is particularly relevant when discussing the transformative potential of AI and ensuring that whatever technological advancements that are brought about, they are actually there to benefit people. And I'm happy that the first presenters stressed the importance of humanity when it comes to that. So we are merely saying that the decolonial scholars needs to engage with 4IR and use the Ubuntu framework to ensure that technology actually does not perpetuate or exacerbate injustice. So we thought that we could bring in some case studies to look at, but due to time, by the way, you're going to give me 2 minutes extra because I have a speech impediment, so we have a right to that. Yes, so the study calls then for decoloniality to center indigenous knowledges in rethinking how 4IR technologies are designed, which is quite important. So when ICT actually comes into our departments and we're talking about the needs, when a business analyst comes in, we need to have the Ubuntu perspective in mind before we actually talk about the technology. So UNISA talks about student-centeredness And I will say that in that we must remember Ubuntu-centeredness. So these should be implemented to actually redress and ensure that it's done in an ethical way. So it argues that the Ubuntu is there to guide the development of ethical redress by prioritizing human dignity, community, and sustainability through, of course, I've given some examples, but I don't need to go through them. So the question that we should ask ourselves, how will the Ubuntu philosophy be applied in practice? And I think that is quite critical. Mthokozisi did mention that the decolonial scholars have been known to actually just talk for the sake of talking. So we need to move forward from just mere discourse and move to where Ubuntu and decolonial thought is about action and actually bringing about transformation. Then what are the challenges that we've actually seen? Is that actually we've seen that there's systemic inequalities in the way that technology is brought in. Think of it, if you are from UNISA or even not from UNISA, do you remember how we moved online when COVID came in? No one asked if you were computer literate. No one asked if you had a gadget. And for us who work with people with disabilities, we had people that were actually accepted at universities based on the fact that their literacy was Braille. But all of a sudden, they were supposed to write their exams online. What happened to Braille? No one thought about that. So the issue of just bringing in without thinking about others. Then, of course, there's resistance to indigenous knowledge integration in the way that technology is mainstreamed. Then, of course, with every problem, there's always opportunities. So the development of technologies that are rooted in community values, it is a possibility, and that will bring about human flourishment. And then there's also a possibility of increasing global collaboration for equitable access to technology. And again, creating technology policies that align with both decoloniality and Ubuntu values. Those that are from political science and public administration, when you are reviewing policies, do you actually think about Ubuntu? Or you are just looking at policies only? And it's very interesting, as a university here at UNISA, we have policies that are being reviewed at the moment, Advocate. And I'm wondering, what is the framework that you are using as you are reviewing those policies? So historically, the decolonial discourse has ignored the ways in which industrialization is intertwined with colonization itself. Of course, there's something that you still can gain from what was done before, and the social injustices emerging from the technologies themselves. So therefore, as we are doing this work, we want to challenge the whole thing of how technologies are brought in, and then call for critical rethinking in the prevailing models of technological growth, which of course we know that they are prioritizing profit. Instead, we want to make people the main thing. So we are calling for the development of solutions that foster mutual respect, benefit for all societies. Remember, we are doing community engagement. So when we are doing all these things, do we even still think of communities, or are we still the ivory tower that is sitting here and thinking and writing papers and getting rated? No. I'm joking. Yeah, so are we just talking to ourselves without thinking about our communities? As we are sitting here giving a tribute to Ntate Ramose, did we invite NGOs? So that they can learn about Ubuntu and understand that the work that they do is actually valued by these universities. So that's all that we are saying. So in the context of this study, Ubuntu presents an ethical framework that challenges the notion of technological process as inherent and, simply just beneficial. It then urges stakeholders, governments, policymakers, businesses, and tech innovators to ensure that technological development respects human dignity and promotes shared well-being. By so doing, we can then foster a technological ecosystem that uplifts communities rather than deepening social divide. I will hand over to my colleague, but I would say that, we need to acknowledge the significance of integrating Ubuntu philosophy and decolonial thought into the discourse surrounding fourth industrial revolution. And then we also need to emphasize the future where technology is just a tool and not the one that is the main thing. It's a tool there to empower and there to ensure collective well-being, there to ensure justice and ensuring that everyone can participate. We are always talking about SDGs, we talk about leaving no one behind, education for all these things. Are we actually ensuring that that is Ubuntu-based? Let me hand over to my colleague. Thank you so much. He's concluding. Conclude, sir. Thank you.
So there isn't much really to say besides that the intersection of Ubuntu philosophy with the colonial discourse offers a unique and powerful framework for understanding and responding to the challenges of the 4IR. Rather than merely critiquing the injustices perpetuated by technological advancements, Ubuntu calls for the reimagining of these technologies as tools for collective well-being and societal transformation. As we move further into the 4IR, it is crucial that the voices of historically marginalized communities, especially in Africa and the Global South, are centered in the technological, societal, and political changes unfolding before us. By incorporating Ubuntu into the 4IR discourse, we can ensure that the future of technology is inclusive, ethical, and aligned with the principles of human flourishing and social justice. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, Mthokozisi and Prof. Sindile. Next, we're going to call up Dr. Ntshabeleng.
Good morning, everyone. I thought I would come this side and, challenge my fear of public speaking, but it seems like the previous speakers have touched on everything that I wanted to say, so we can move on to Q&A and have lunch. Okay. I just want to, okay. So what if the key of ethical AI lies in an ancient African philosophy? What if the future of work isn't about machines replacing humans, but about technology amplifying our shared humanity? Good morning, everyone. I am Ntabele Mdluli, and my research actually is based from an industrial psychology perspective. And I'm honored to present at this symposium on the Power of Ubuntu, Cultivating Community, Justice, and Resilience. Today, I'll share insight from my research on rethinking management practices in the AI age, which explores the Afrocentric and Eurocentric approaches and how they can be integrated to enhance employee well-being in the era of artificial intelligence. AI is no longer about futuristic concept. It's here reshaping workplaces globally. From automating tasks to monitoring performances, AI is transforming how we work. But here's the catch. The dominant approach is largely Eurocentric, prioritizing individualism and efficiency, often at the expense of employee well-being and cultural diversity. As the Zulu proverb goes, actually the Zulu one has been mentioned, and I want to say as the Sotho proverb goes, "Motho ke motho ka batho." I am because we are. Ubuntu reminds us that our humanity is tied to the humanity of others. Imagine a workplace
where AI isn't just about tracking performances, but about fostering a sense of community and shared responsibility. That's the power of Ubuntu in the AI age. So the goal of today, or of my presentation today, is to explore how Afrocentric and Eurocentric approaches can be integrated to create a hybrid framework for enhancing employee well-being in the AI age. This isn't just about theoretical exercise. It's about finding practical solutions for managers, policymakers, and employees. And I'm glad that Prof mentioned that. So this research aligns perfectly with the symposium's theme, Ubuntu's emphasis on community, because it's not only about community justice and resilience, but how the policymakers, the CEOs, the managers, addresses our well-being as employees. So by addressing that, most of the pressing challenges of our time, including ethical use of AI in the workplace, those will be addressed. So by embracing Ubuntu, we can create workplaces that respect cultural diversity and promote collective well-being. So starting with Ubuntu philosophy, at its core, Ubuntu is about interconnectedness, as my colleagues have mentioned, and communal responsibility. The phrase, "I am because we are," captures its essence. It reminds us that our humanity is tied to the humanity of others. In the workplace, this translates to the focus on relational ethics, collective resilience, and shared decision-making. For example, in an Ubuntu-driven workplace, AI tools wouldn't just track individual performance. They'd be designed to foster collaboration and support team-based goals. This approach is not only about, it's about enhancing employee well-being, but also building a sense of community and belonging. And the second theory is the psychological contract theory. So this theory explores the unwritten expectations between employees and employers. Traditionally, these contracts are based on trust, mutual respect, and shared goals. But in the AI age, things are changing. AI-driven management practices, such as performance monitoring and algorithmic decision-making, are shaping these contracts. Employees may feel like they're being watched or judged by machines, which can erode trust and increase stress. So by integrating Ubuntu principles, we can reimagine these contracts to prioritize transparency, fairness, and employee agency. And the next one is the job demands resources model. This model helps us to understand how workplace factors influence employee well-being. So the job demands things like high workloads or AI surveillance, which can lead to stress and burnout. Job resources, on the other hand, are things like supportive management or AI tools that simplify tasks, which can enhance well-being. So in the context of AI, the JDR model shows us that technology can be both a blessing and a curse. For example, AI can act as a resource by automating mundane tasks and providing personalized support, but it can also become a demand when it's used to surveillance or when it reinforces biases. The challenge is to strike a balance, and that's where Ubuntu comes in. Then finally, we have the hybrid framework. So this framework brings together the strength of the Afrocentric and Eurocentric approaches. On one hand, it incorporates Ubuntu's emphasis on community, justice, and resilience. And on the other hand, it leverages Eurocentric efficiency-driven practices to ensure productivity and innovation. For example, an AI system that not only tracks performance, but also encourages team collaboration and provides real-time feedback to support employee growth. This is the kind of balanced approach we are advocating for, one that respects cultural values while harnessing the power of technology. This research found that Afrocentric approaches, particularly Ubuntu, fosters collective well-being, especially in resource-constrained environments. For example, in African organizations that embrace Ubuntu principles, employees often report higher levels of engagement and mental health. This is because Ubuntu prioritizes relational ethics and communal support, creating a workplace culture where people feel valued and connected. For example, in South Africa, a case study of a Johannesburg-based company revealed that integrating Ubuntu principles into their management practices led to a 30% increase in employee engagement and significant reduction in workplace stress. Employees reported feeling more valued and connected because the focus was on collaboration rather than competition. So another example is from Kenya, where a Nairobi-based tech startup implemented AI tools designed to support team-based goal setting rather than individual performance tracking. Employees reported feeling more motivated and less stressed as the system prioritized communal success over individual metrics. This case study demonstrates the power of Ubuntu in action. On the other hand, when it comes to Eurocentric approaches, they dominate global management practices, often prioritizing individualism and efficiency. So while these approaches can boost productivity, they can also come with a downside. For example, a study of a UK-based multinational corporation found that AI-driven performance monitoring led to increased stress, eroded trust, and a sense of being constantly watched, like I mentioned. So employees feel like they're just cogs in a machine with little regard to their well-being. Okay. So when it comes to AI and well-being, the findings indicate that AI offers both opportunities and challenges for employee well-being. On the positive side, AI can enhance well-being by automating mundane tasks, like I mentioned, improving work-life balance, and providing personalized interventions. For example, AI-powered mental health apps can offer real-time support to employees, helping them manage stress and build resilience. But as mentioned earlier, AI also raises significant ethical concerns, such as algorithmic bias and surveillance. For instance, AI systems that monitor employee behavior can reinforce existing biases, disproportionately affecting marginalized groups. This is a critical issue that needs to be addressed if you want to create inclusive and equitable workplaces. Okay. So what if the key to ethical AI isn't just about technology, but about how we design and implement it? And I'm happy that the first speaker mentioned implementation also, and you know that we don't own things as Africans. So how can we begin to start designing an AI that prioritizes Ubuntu and our diversity as Africans? So this research shows that managers play a critical role in designing inclusive well-being strategies that respect local cultural values. Instead of using AI solely for performance tracking, managers can customize AI tools to align with Afrocentric principles like collective decision-making and relational ethics. For example, an AI system that facilitates team-based goal setting rather than individual performance metrics. Then when it comes to policymakers, this research highlights the need for regulatory frameworks that promote ethical AI use in the workplace. This includes guidelines for transparency, data privacy, and employee consent. Because most of the companies, the employees report that they need to constantly log on, they're being watched. Yes, so I don't have time. So there needs to be employee consent when dealing with these issues. So for policymakers, they should establish certification programs for AI systems that meet ethical and cultural standards. This would encourage organizations to prioritize inclusivity and fairness in their AI practices. Additionally, policymakers can create incentives for companies that adopt culturally attuned AI tools, such as tax breaks and grants. Then lastly, for employees, this research shows that employees can play an active role in shaping AI-driven management practices. By participating in the design and implementation of AI tools, employees can ensure that these systems align with their values and address their concerns. Okay. I think I will just mention a little bit on this, as I don't have time. So first, there's a pressing need for empirical studies that examine the long-term impact of AI on employee well-being in African contexts. And secondly, we need to look at also the cultural intelligence and explore how AI can bridge individualistic and collective paradigms. And when it comes to ethical AI, we need to develop matrix of assessing algorithmic fairness and inclusivity, and also center African voices in AI research and practices. And I'm glad that we are beginning to do that. And also in industrial psychology, we are beginning to include Ubuntu in our research and build those theories, starting to do something about how we can implement Ubuntu in our research also. So we need to imagine the future of work that isn't just about technology, but about how we choose to use it to uplift and connect people. So this research has shown that the integration of Afrocentric and Eurocentric approaches offers a transformative pathway for enhancing employee well-being in the AI age. By combining the communal values of Ubuntu with the efficiency-driven practices of Eurocentric management, the hybrid framework addresses critical gaps in the literature and, and forces us to look at ourselves as Africans. What are we doing, to implement what we normally talk about? Prof mentioned that we have so many things to talk about AI, I am because we are. But when it comes to implementation, it's missing. And my call to action is that we should start implementing what we are talking about. We have work-life balance. We have so great information that we are working with. It's about time that we start implementing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ntabeling. So we're going to open it up to the floor for questions, comments, and a discussion. Because of time, I'm just going to do one round. So, keep them brief.
Okay. Hi, thank you. My first question is to the first two speakers, although I think it's relevant to each paper discussed. And it relates to sort of the ecological destruction that these technologies are prevalent in, and which I think are inherent in the implementation, use, and creation of these technologies. So my question is, in terms of, ethical implementation, equal access, and equal access to these innovations, what is the point of such access and such implementation if in the process, we rid communities and communities to come, if we rid them of drinkable water and viable land to grow food in? Thank you.
I also have a question for the first two presenters, which I'll preface by saying, although it's a little bit of a pushback, it's a friendly pushback. So with the notion of Ubuntu Plus, have you not perhaps sutured Ubuntu and transhumanism together without first grappling with the fact that these are nourished by and draw from mutually exclusive noetic reservoirs, such that it runs the risk of rendering or giving a rendition of Ubuntu where Ubuntu functions as a handmaiden to the ends of transhumanism. And this is informed by what I assume, which is that if you take transhumanism, it is the residue we have of what was originally a conceptual technology of Christian imperialism. I mean, if you look at the human before transhumanism, it's like God before the incarnation. Then with transhumanism, it's like fully God, fully man, or fully human, fully technology. It's God the Son. We can maybe take AI as the Holy Spirit, who knows. Whereas with Ubuntu, on the other hand, which draws from a different noetic reservoir, which I think the third chapter of Professor Ramose's African Philosophy Through Ubuntu is a tour de force in demonstrating. Doesn't the fact that you perhaps have too hastily sutured the two together, rendering Ubuntu as something that ensures the ethical implementation of transhumanism, imply that the critical tensions between the two have not been sufficiently grappled with? Thank you.
I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you, everyone.
Hello. Hi. Thank you, colleagues. I think it's possibly for all three papers, but perhaps more for the first two. Why Meta's Ubuntu? Why not Ramose's Ubuntu? Mbigi and Mens, there's some issues in the sense that I feel that Ubuntu is not a monolithic concept. I mean, there's a very deep debates in the field, and a lot of Ramose's work and the work of his students and colleagues has been to deepen this and problematize this. And if I listen to what you're saying, it seems this is a catch-all Ubuntu of a normative ethics that we need to imply, as the colleague says there, in order to make technology better. So why that choice of Ubuntu? Why not specifically Ramose's Ubuntu? I mean, what is the conscious choice that you made at that stage to rather go with Metz and who's the other guy? Gade, instead of actually Ramose's work and the work done by his students and his contemporaries and interlocutors. And secondly, for the first people, I think possibly for the second as well, what is just AI? Are you referring to the alignment problem in artificial intelligence? Because this is a technical problem. To merely say that like Ubuntu ethics is going to solve the alignment problem in artificial intelligence feels to me like a radical reduction. And in that case also, what does Ubuntu principle encoding look like? I mean, what language are you using? C++, Java, Rust? Are you developing a new programming language in order to get these principles into the program? I mean, no one knows how a transformer works. I mean, we know it's pre-trained, but no one knows how it works. We know what the language is that it works on. But is this merely just a catch-all Ubuntu of an ethics that's saying we need to look at each other better and, you know, kumbaya? Or is there actually a liberatory potential in this Ubuntu that can actually change not merely how we think of AI, but actually how we do technology, how we write technology, how we conceive of technology? Yes, thank you.
Molweni Nkosi. I'm standing up. I need you to help me understand. My only concern is I want to understand e-researchers. How do you come with these terms? You say, in my own language, I use Ubuntu a lot, I'm a Xhosa. So when you say in your research, you develop words like Ubuntu Plus, to my mind, you are saying Ubuntu as a philosophy, it does have limitations. And it does have boundaries. in order to be developed as a philosophy, there must be some signpost or it might be changed. Now, I also understand that as researchers, we should be able, as ordinary people, interpret your work in our own language, in our daily lives. So, in my language as Xhosa, if I have to explain your research to to my community, if I go back when this ends, I have to say this. I heard about Ubuntu Tibanisa. So they will ask me then, what do you mean when you say Ubuntu Tibanisa? Because if researchers are able to generate these terms like this, it means on another event, someone will come and put a minus sign to Ubuntu. So to ordinary people like us, you are giving us impression that Ubuntu as a philosophy, it does have limitations and boundaries. Next time, someone will say Ubuntu minus. Then when I interpret it with my home language, I have to say Ubuntu lasa. So I have to lasa something from Ubuntu, what I should subtract, what I should add to Ubuntu, because I thought as Ubuntu as a weight, it doesn't need anything else to be added on it as a weight, as an African weight. Thank you.
Thank you. Two last questions.
Ndiyathemba uba andizukwenza ubuntu lahla. Give me a few seconds. I want to tell you a story. As we're speaking at the Constitutional Court, we are presenting. I had to be here because for me this is important. We are dealing with the Copyright Amendment Bill, which could not be signed. What then happened, I won't say how, we made sure that it's not signed because there are critical issues that have not been dealt with. One of which is IP as property in terms of Section 25. I'm not there. But what I want to get to is that as we were deliberating, now we are at the Constitutional Court today, and they've got to make a determination as the highest level. But I want to share with you the story. There's one interesting colleague from our sister room called Nigeria. She says this. I'm getting to what we're dealing with. She says, do you know that with AI now, if I want he used one of our artists in South Africa, I would want to revive the artist. Whilst you are going to pay so many dollars, it takes me 5 minutes to use AI. And I use this program and this program. And I have him. He's a genre. And he comes alive, back to life. We're talking about Ubuntu and ethics. I want us to be practical. Now, as I'm listening, the Ubuntu Plus, because I'm dealing with AI and data privacy at global level, I'm saying the EU, the first treaty currently on AI is dealing with human rights. What's different in what we're talking about? But I want to tell you this. Facebook South Africa and Facebook Europe are different. I was telling them that I've written a paper on cookies. And the question is, are you really in control of anything? I want to use cookies as an example there for you. Cookies is AI. A Siri is AI. I don't want us to be complex. And let's take the basic thing, Siri. We take cookies. With cookie, it's going to say, you're not going to get to this site, accept, you want to accept as general or specific. You accept because you are in a hurry. You go somewhere to another place, it says cookie, UNISA. You must determine which one. Are you aware that AI is the creepy crawling, such that whatever you did there, and what Prof was saying, whatever you did in that site, and this site, and this site, I'm coming to consent.
I'm one proponent that says, even the GDPR, when it says you have a right to withdraw, it's not true. Have you ever seen a click wrap that says, now withdraw your consent? It's not there, because you move. I'm still maintaining that. For as long as we don't want to be consumers, most of the sessions that I attend globally, we will be told, no, the best AI is this. And I ask, maybe coming from the military where you develop these things, why are we not saying, let's get our engineers? We put engineers, our own colleagues, we put data privacy lawyers, we say we lock you here, develop a South African product. Then you can talk about these issues. For now that we're still consuming, we're joking.
Gugu. Prof. Monde.
Thank you very much. You know what, first of all, I want to say that how important the work that you are all doing to look at the impact of AI on African communities. But and it's something I would like you to comment, it's a comment, but I'd like you to comment back on it. Because it seems to me that there's just general acceptance of AI in the presentations. And it looks like the problems you have are just things that need to be tweaked here and there. And I think that for Africans, what we really need is to look at threats more than what we call, to take these technologies that come in and play the role of users or consumers rather than managers and owners. I think it's a problem. What we invest in research should really be about how to protect ourselves and to advance in what we call, and I heard people talk about interconnectedness that is promoting Ubuntu. Unfortunately, I do not think, and I'd like you to comment, and I don't think that is the case, because interconnectedness of AI is not just interconnectedness like the internet is now. There we are talking about virtual reality. Now, the principal thing about, one of the key features of Ubuntu is the extended family, right? And we know that already that family has been eroded by Western culture, by Western civilization. Now we promote a nuclear family. 2 children, husband and wife, and 2 cars. That is basically the family that is promoted, a nuclear family now. It basically eroded the extended family on which Ubuntu is based. Now, when you bring in virtual reality, it's already shown that virtual reality will actually destroy even the nuclear family. Because now you can have a child sitting in their room, and they can actually have their own mother and whatever I would call it. They can have parties alone. They don't need a family. So when you say that it is promoting Ubuntu, I would like you to comment on how do you now comment on what I'm just saying about virtual reality and the possibility that it further erodes our extended family.
Thank you, Prof. Lemo, and Sibong Impile Sihlanganisa, Siyalahla.
Thank you. There are 2 questions that I'm going to respond to because I feel they're so related. The first one is of a colleague there about whether are we too hasty in trying to look at this Ubuntu with transhumanism and all those, into measuring them, infusing them and all those. And the question of the other colleague there about why the term of Ubuntu Plus? What are the dangers of now someone coming with Ubuntu minus, Ubuntu divide, Ubuntu multiply? I'll respond to that. I will first respond to them by saying that, no, I don't think we are hasty by trying to look at these 2 things. It's because at the moment, I'm very much interested and with deep into looking at the notion of transhumanism, its impact on an African context, impact on particularly personhood. How does it affect personhood and all those?
what is at stake and all that. And the reason why I'm saying that we are not haste is because these technologies, they are not waiting for us to be ready tomorrow and say, okay, now there are policies. At the moment, maybe the advocate will correct me, but at the moment, based on the conference that I just attended, there are no really strict policies and guidelines put in place in South Africa that says, let's govern these things in this way, in that way. Are we going to wait for those to come, then we come and have such a conference again and say, okay, now it's time, let's talk about Ubuntu and transhumanism or new emerging technology? I don't think we will do that. The West is not waiting for that, you see. But, and it's because I feel like Africans, we have been made to be at the back of the line for too long, that the only time we can speak is, you know, when the West have already finished eating, then come and eat. We need to find our place on the table also. And if we are not, if the place is not created, we need to create it ourselves. And the term why Ubuntu Plus is, when you look at Ubuntu alone, there are a lot of things that Ubuntu does, right? But when the proponents of Ubuntu, the likes of Prof. Ramose, all of them, right? I don't think that when they were writing about Ubuntu at that time, they were really responding to the AI technologies, they were responding to new emerging. They were not, right? They were looking at the issues that were relevant at that time. And now, to avoid the thing called syncretism, just applying and then seeing if it works, we try to see what is it that we can advance from there. How can we expand the logic and method of this Ubuntu to an extent that it now responds to these new challenges of today? If you want to say Ubuntu minus, it means that now you are going to minus on those key proponents that are there already. And if you minus, what are you going to be left with? Nothing. But if you add on to it, now you are now incorporating these other aspects which are challenging the African today, here and now in this room, that are challenging you. The advocate talked earlier said, can someone here raise a cell phone that is created by an African or that is produced in South Africa, that is purely South African? We can't, you see. And those are the kind of things that we are trying to deal with. I think my colleague will respond to the other question.
There's a gentleman who was asking why other scholars and not Prof. Ramose. I think my colleague has touched on that, but essentially we're not necessarily ignoring the work of Prof. Ramose, but it lays the foundation and then the other scholars bring the context in play. Like he has said that the work of Prof. Ramose in terms of the context in which it was wrote, and then looking at now the challenges that come with AI. But also, we are building upon these scholars, but also recognizing that in terms of AI, community needs might be different. That is essential to remember. In most cases, these AI technologies are built from the global going down with no consideration of local problems that may require AI to address the local problems. So essentially, we need to look at developing AI that will help the community to meet their needs, but also not to separate the community. I don't know if that, I think it does, not exactly. Not at all. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to respond to the question of why AI. Actually, what normally happens when, I think it's just being an academic, you go with what is trending at that time. But the main thing is that whenever we talk about AI, it includes all the technological affordances and ideas and whatever. And that's why I think we keep on saying that technology is just technology, it's just a tool. So if you want to call it AI, go. If you want to say digitalization, do so. If you want to say technology, do so. It doesn't matter. But if I can just be a black consciousness person, I'll say I write what I like. When I'm writing my paper, I'll choose to say AI if I want. You can say technology, and there's no problem. And then there's a question that you asked, is there coding for Ubuntu? My son does computer science. There's no coding. Coding is about zeros and ones. No, it is. There are different languages, but for you to sit here, sir, with due respect, to sit here when we are talking about Ubuntu as an African philosophy and come and go almost like I'm advanced, what language are you using? We're not using Java. We are here talking about the work of Professor Ramose and other proponents of Ubuntu philosophy. When we have a conference at CSET and we are discussing in the School of Computing about Java and HTML and whatever else, we will do so. Thank you. Then lastly, I would like to respond on the issue of of families and the role of technology. Technology, I keep saying that technology is just a tool. I sit in my house and I will send my son a message, can you please bring me tea? Because I don't want to go or scream in the, So in this particular case, I'm using technology positively. And then there'll be another family that will not even meet at all. They'll be sitting in everybody in their own rooms. They are not talking to each other. They are using technology negatively. So I keep saying technology is a tool. We should choose what are the components of technology that can enable and make us more of like a family. There are families that have family groups. Instead of saying, please send me 10 rand, please do this, please do that, you put it in the group. That way, the technology is being positive. So I will not say so much, but I'm just saying that when we are discussing all these things, we choose the elements that actually promote communalism, promote well-being, and leave out, like what my sister was saying here. She discussed a study that is quite critical about the use of actually technology for employee wellness. So are we using it for surveillance or are we using it for enabling? And that is, I think, basically what Ubuntu is all about. I'm sorry, I'm a bit, but it becomes a bit sad when an academic engagement becomes condescending, and we cannot do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to... There are actually two questions that came, and one of them was a question that is Ubuntu monolithic? That's the first question. And then the other question was, what is a just AI? I'll just like to quickly try and respond to that. With regards to Ubuntu being monolithic, I'm not speaking as a scholar of Ubuntu, but just as an African child. So, and also as an academic, of course. The comparison that is very key here is basically, I'll use the two phrases. The first phrase is then the phrase of René Descartes, who was a French philosopher I think in the 1600s. And he would say, I think, therefore I am. And this actually a whole book was written on this, and is a very major philosophical statement that has a lot of implications. So he says, I think, therefore I am. And then you take that in comparison to Ubuntu, which says, I am because we are. Now, the interesting thing here in these two is that the statement or the phrase of I think, therefore I am, is speaking from an experience of an individual who is arguing is arguing and promoting an idea of what existence is all about, from his experience. And from that, the phrase of I am because we are is basically a holistic, interconnected idea of a community, the community sense of an expression. Now, why am I harping on this? It's because there is two different approaches of philosophy, or the idea of philosophy, from the European community and the African community. The African community approaches philosophy more particularly Ubuntu, from the angle of experience and community. So it is very likely that we are going to say things that are very common among us, as it's monolithic. So in that sense, yes, Ubuntu is monolithic in that sense, because it is an idea that the academics and thinkers are trying to put into paper, which already existed in experience, in the sense of a community. But now when you look at European experience of philosophy, in most cases it comes from an individual. It is an individual's views that needs to be shared with others, that needs to be endorsed by others, that needs to be argued and debated, and thereafter the strong argument emerges. Whether the argument is factually correct or incorrect is not really that much of substance, but it's more of how strong the argument is. And now, because of, I think I'm also eating more time, can I quickly go to the last question, with what is just AI? I think I forgot my colleague, the doctor at the finals, at the end of the seat. She actually demonstrated what just AI looks like with the case study that she offered in her last presentation of the panelists here. So I think more examples and case studies of something like that will actually demonstrate and indicate what more just AI looks like. And with this, thank you. Just closing.
There's a question here.
No. We're going to take this last question. I want Obaken to read it for me, and then we're going to end the session. We can continue the discussion during lunch. Read.
Yes. Jeez. Okay. Okay. 2 comments. One, your conception of Ubuntu smuggles in liberal humanism. I'll give you an example. One is that there is this overemphasis on the importance of equality, and Ubuntu does not emphasize on equality. It emphasizes on hierarchy. And I'm not sure what you have to say about that, right? 2, you argue that transhumanism has problems, and I agree with those problems. Ubuntu, you then present Ubuntu as a potential corrective to that problem. However, I think that there's a fundamental incompatibility between Ubuntu and transhumanism that makes it such that it's not possible to use Ubuntu as a corrective to this. And to illustrate my argument, I'll take recourse to page 46 of Prof. Ramose's book, right? He argues that according to Ubuntu, the Ubuntu understanding of being, the world of metaphysics is the world of Unkulunkulu, the ineffable. The main point is that Unkulunkulu is neither definable nor describable. Now, here's the problem. Your argument assumes that there's metaphysical compatibility between Ubuntu and transhumanism. But the technological eschatology of transhumanism is at fundamental odds with Ubuntu, since it assumes that it is possible to achieve transcendence through technology, while there is the thesis of ineffability that I've just quoted from Prof. Ramose's work that demonstrates that there's a fundamental incompatibility. So how do you overcome that philosophical impasse? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I wish I would have completed my presentation. Your questions would have been responded. Because number one, I never said that there's a compatibility there that is at risk. I never said that. But the argument actually was with these new emerging technologies, specifically those that touch the aspect of personhood, the aspect of this, a subject of inquiry for an African, which is a person. How does now Ubuntu, which does not only emphasize on what you are doing. Ubuntu also emphasizes on communal harmony. Ubuntu also emphasizes on the belongingness. Ubuntu emphasizes on a couple of things. Because again, remember, Prof. Ramose did write a lot on Ubuntu. But also Prof. Ramose, there are other scholars who has... Okay. There are other scholars who have other arguments, the likes of Prof. Matolino and them, who would argue with Prof here about the death Ubuntu. There's other scholars like Metz, Prof. Metz, who would have, I'm not saying, that's why my colleague was saying that Prof. Ramose's work is very good and it's very a foundational aspect of Ubuntu. It lays the foundation and you cannot even remove it and say, this is irrelevant. You can't at all. And it is because of its relevance and importance that we feel that when you're looking at this technology that affect an individual, an African, which ultimately is going to affect the community at large, it is essential to apply an ethic, to apply this framework that will now not only syncretize and say, or allow these technologies to come into Africa to extract and do what, but to allow an African to have a word, to have a seat on the table, and to also be able to have their own values and beliefs represented.
Thank you, everyone, and a big thank you to our panelists for the great discussion. I'm going to hand it over to Gugu. We're going to move on to the next item on our program. Thank you.
My keynote is walking away. My keynote is walking away. My keynote went to the... Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you are well. My name is Kukundlazi. May we please have 2 minutes? Dr. Dladla, I think he just went to the refreshment table, but I trust that he will be back soon and we will resume with the program. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. May I please have your attention? Yes, you can. Angaka, please. No, hlala phansi, ayikho inkinga. Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. May I please have your attention? Thank you very much. The next item on the list is we are going to have our keynote speaker, Dr. Ndumiso Dladla. Dr. Ndumiso Dladla teaches legal philosophy at the University of Pretoria in the Department of Jurisprudence. His research covers social, legal, and political philosophy with a special focus on the legal and political thought of Ramose. He was also a lecturer of philosophy at the University of South Africa for almost a decade, and he was also a lecturer at Leiden University in 2023. He is also an author of numerous articles and book chapters, as well as a monograph called Here is a Table, a philosophical essay on the history of racism in South Africa. He is a member of the Azanian Philosophical Society. May I please have the round of applause as we welcome Dr. Ndumiso Dladla. Yes, we can.
Thank you. Sanbonani nonke, dumelang. I will attempt to compress 20 years into 20 minutes. 20 years is the number of years since Professor Ramose and I have been in each other's lives. It was first as a first-year student at UNISA that I happened upon him at a bus stop where we had a very long discussion about John Stuart Mill. I was still a student of law at the time, and he invited me to come and visit him at his office for us to continue the conversation. I, however, could not muster the courage to go and visit a sage without anything profound to say or think. And so I waited until it was time to have a thought which would justify going to visit him. In fact, I'm lying. We met in Scandinavia in 2005, before I happened upon him at the bus stop. And the invitation to come and visit came then. But by the time I had mustered the courage to go and visit and had decided that law was not the path to justice, at least not the study of law or the practice of law. I was initially attracted to the study of law because of the problem of justice, but in the course of my studies, I realized that this is not what the conqueror's law is for. And so I eventually, at being sent by UNISA to a competition in Ethiopia, to go and moot practice the law, this is when the contradiction was most apparent, and I resolved to drop out of law school and become a philosopher. And by the time I was ready to go and see the sage, I discovered he had left the country and was now in the same Ethiopia where I had discovered I was not to be a lawyer, but its philosopher. And in any case, he generously, through our correspondence, invited me to come and study with him in Ethiopia. And so in 2008, I moved as an undergraduate and was completing my studies at the UNISA Regional Center in Akaki, Ethiopia, which is where my life changed. And so there is much to be said, and there's a great temptation to deal with some of the issues, even from the previous panel. But I will answer in Prof's style of telegraphic form and leave you a reference. The reference is, but Hans Kelsen was not born in Africa. This is Ramose, 2007, the South African Journal of Philosophy. I think some of those who are troubled by the contradictions will be able to be assisted, that there is no necessity for a plus. And in fact, what is being proposed is indeed a minus to what is already a sufficient system. So you'll see that the title, those who know Professor Ramose know that sprinklings of Latin are necessary for the completion. Of course, our languages come first, but because the law of the conqueror is at root, much of the trouble which Ramose has been grappling with over the past 4 or 5 decades, studying the roots of this law in its philosophical purity has been at the center. So, you know, the title itself to my paper, which I don't know if you see, is Si Vis Pacem Para Bellum. To those who are interested, it means if you are interested in peace, prepare for war. My subtitle is Ramose, our philosopher of war. Peace, in parentheses. Now, of course, those who know Professor Ramose might struggle to think of him as a man of war, but I will suggest that you are not reading correctly, and take this as an alternative introduction to the philosophy of Ramose. But the piece in parentheses is very important. I begin, before I start with the biography, let me begin with a citation that comes from one of Ramose's favorite pre-Socratic philosophers. Those who know, at the root of Hans Kelsen's alien birth from the soil of Africa is the question which is at its root about the ontology of Ubuntu. And you've probably heard the old man insist that motion is the principle of being. This is at the root of the unfaithfulness of describing this enterprise as humanism, and why our brother pronounced being with 2 syllables and said being. It is precisely at the foundation of all else which follows. But I will quote Heraclitus, in fact, speaking about war in a total sense, to foreground my discussion today. He writes in his fragments, "War is the father of all, king of all. Some he has made gods, and some men, some slaves, and some free." So please, bear with that in mind. So, you know, I studied philosophy here at UNISA, and I consider myself to have been thoroughly privileged because it was an unprecedented sort of curriculum that placed African philosophy at its center. And these are changes. A study of the Department of Philosophy suggests from 1988, they were already grappling with the changes which were to come in South Africa and established the Institute for the Study of African Philosophy as a side project. But in 2000, and in the year 2000, you heard yesterday about the tale of 2 Belgians. The second Belgian was to make the change of placing African philosophy at the center of the curriculum. And so this is how I was taught. And I consider myself to be very privileged to have been taught this, that African philosophy was never a spice to be added to the meal, but was the very foundation of the way in which I also came to study Western philosophy from an African perspective. I suppose I'm reminded of the political scientist, our brother Chinezu, who suggests that one of the great dangers is the giving of mice the education of cats. and that, you know, if you really wish to finish with the mice, you must teach them catliness, and they must be taught by cats. And the first task is to recognize that one is indeed a mouse in order to survive and overcome the eternal injustice of the universe of cats. Now, one of the courses, so war was a part and parcel of my studies. Even here at UNISA, I remember in second year, we had a course which covered some philosophers of war at the time, including Clausewitz and Thomas Hobbes. But the honors curriculum, which was written by Ramose at that time, had a course on philosophical historiography that included the question of biography and philosophy. And the point was that, you know, the way that we are usually taught is just, you know, Descartes said this, you know, but it was to place the philosopher in the correct historical and biographical context in order to understand the origin of the questions and the kinds of material conditions to which thought is a response to. And so I take this approach very briefly in introducing to you Ramose, the philosopher of war. Ramose was born into war. You know, people who study the philosophy of Thomas Hobbes make the point about the centrality of fear in his thought, and suggest that the historical conditions of a coming war were at the root in his very thinking about the nature of human beings and human interests. Ramose too was born into a war, perhaps into multiple wars. He was born after the so-called Second World War, but at the time of what is called the Cold War. And at the same time, in Concara, South Africa, he was born into what is called colonial apartheid by some. I will get to the trouble of these terms in the talk itself. But these are conditions which structured his philosophy in various ways. So I'll show you, for instance, his master's in international relations at the London School of Economics and Political Science was called The Relevance of Just War Doctrine to Nuclear Weapons. So just to see that from an early phase of his development, even in his explicit academic work, this is a constant theme. His doctoral thesis was called The Legalistic Character of Power in International Relations, a philosophical essay on the ethics of defense in the nuclear age. And he has, since the beginning of his career, written many important texts that dedicated to the theme of war, amongst them Wisdom in War and Peace, The Philosophy of the Anglo-Boer War, and my favorite text, which I will focus on, I Conquer, Therefore I Am Sovereign, Reflections upon Sovereignty and Constitutionalism and Democracy in Zimbabwe and South Africa. Yeah, no, I've got my own watch. I was taught by Ramose. We are taught that, you know, there's an ethical dimension to the problem of time. And that, yes. So, at the center of Ramose's thinking, which I think I Conquer, Therefore I Am Sovereign, is a very vast text that covers several centuries in the history of human beings and their conduct of war. But I will focus because I have 9 minutes left. The text itself is directed at the conqueror in making explicit the fact that South Africa itself is a product of an ongoing war. In fact, that those of you who believe that the wars passed some time ago are mistaken, and South Africa is a country at war. And if one takes this hypothesis as a starting point, it becomes very useful in the interpretation of much bizarre data that's exposed to us, like the fact that last year 27,500 people were murdered in this country. It becomes, when the statistics for violence of South Africa are discussed, it's often said, highest rate of murder in a place outside of war, highest rate of rape in a place outside of war. The only mistake in the formulation is the parenthetical undertaking outside of war. If you read Ramose carefully, what you find is that we are indeed at war, which makes all of this make a better kind of sense. He attempts to examine the ways in which the assertion of title to territory and sovereignty over it has been asserted by those who really rule South Africa. And I don't mean Ukongolose. I mean the real rulers. He suggests, some is a survey of international legal theory for how human beings can ever claim and justify the right to a territory and to rule over the territory. He explores a number of principles, including the doctrine of discovery and effective occupation, and the question of prescription, whether the passage of time can perfect an imperfect claim. He dismisses these on technical, legal, philosophical grounds and gets to the notion of conquest. Now, conquest is a word which is at the center of Ramose's philosophy of war. If those of you who have read Clausewitz's On War, one of the startling suggestions that he makes is that if we suspend the imposition of the ethicists and the lawyers in understanding war, what should be revealed to us that its very purpose and function is the subjugation of an enemy and the forcing of the enemy at the force of arms to do one's will, okay? So remember Heraclitus. Heraclitus suggests quite correctly that, in fact, Aristotle was to introduce a mistake later, but Aristotle distinguished between natural slaves and slaves of war. But, this was a mistake based on Aristotle's own limited understanding of the history of his own territory. But the point is that slaves are themselves creatures of war. The claims, even in law, for how slavery can be justified, for the lawyers, how one can be converted from a person to a thing, is the use of force. Hobbes gives us a clue in a chapter entitled On Conquest, when he suggests that to conquer is not to kill the enemy. To conquer is not to kill the enemy, it's not to imprison the enemy. Once the enemy surrenders and becomes subject to your force and exchanges their life, they exchange their life in obedience to one's own will. Only then has the subject been conquered, and no sooner. So people often understand conquest as mere defeat in war. Conquest is in fact a relation of domination that comes after defeat. Now, Ramose's letter to us all is that we are a conquered people. And this is what makes it important to understand that the question of sovereignty itself moves beyond the international legal questions to the epistemic sovereignty first. As I said, the mouse must know that it is a mouse. So anyway, he turns to an examination of a tension which exists and contradicts the very foundations of the South African legal order, which is a contradiction between two principles. So, as I said, dealing with the question of conquest and whether it may be relied upon. So, as I said, conquest, the fact of conquest is this relation of domination. But in the history of Western political thought, there is a formulation, the right of conquest. You'll see that Ramose, in his writing, always says so-called right of conquest or puts it in inverted commas. It is because of a question that arises. It's an ethical question that he poses to Western political philosophy about whether or not conquest can indeed give rise to a right. So, in the philosophy of law, I suppose we are taught, even the law students are taught, ex in iuria jus non oritur, which is that a right cannot arise out of an injury. Now, conquest appears to be at direct odds with this because it says I can beat the shit out of you, blow you to submission, and then claim a defensible right on the basis of having had nothing at my disposal except for the force to beat you and have you do my will. Now, the point is that, of course, you know, he was a student of Hobbes from the period of his graduate studies. There's a contending principle that comes from Hobbes, which is auctoritas non veritas facit legem. This means it is authority, power, force, which is at the basis of law rather than truth. Now, our conquerors, in order to persuade us to be obedient to the law, have to. So, in order for conquest, so let me finish because I can see I have 2 minutes. So, conquest is usually avoided by conquerors as a justification for the power that they exercise, because conquest invites reconquest. You've ever heard of the reconquistador? If the people who conquer you say that the basis of the power they have is that they defeated you in war, what they do is invite you to war with them, because this is the way in which legal order may be justified. So his demonstration is that, in fact, the foundations of the South African legal order are, in fact, the continuity of the right of conquest, because all that which is being discussed as property, is being discussed as sovereignty, originates in a claim that force indeed can entitle people to the ownership of territory and to govern others. So by pointing out the fragility of the claim of the conqueror sovereignty, it is an invitation, depending on your own. AfriForum reads it as an invitation to war. We read it as an invitation to peace. And the point of this peace is that we are not at peace here. If you live outside of the domain of the conqueror, as I said, last year, 27,500 people are killed. Peace in South Africa is not peace, because those of us who live in the domain of the conqueror know that there are armed patrols that go past our houses every 15 minutes. There are cameras. It's a panopticon in order to choose who is supposed to be in and out. So, you know, even Hobbes' definition of war is not the actual activation of battle. It is the potential to do death to others, which is the possibility condition for the peace that we enjoy here right now, if you want to call it that. So, you know, there are lots of hungry people produced by the constitutional order of this country. The fact that there's food being wasted here and people do not come to take that food is not by nature, but by arms. There's a condition which is placed that if they should transgress the boundary, they will die. And so that is why, you know, we can sit. So the point of Ramose is precisely that we must get peace, not conqueror peace, but real peace. But in order to do that, we must recognize first that what we are living through is war. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dladla. May I please have the mics ready? And I will take questions or comments or suggestions. Okay, Advocate, we have a question, sorry. Moneti? Oh, okay. Sorry, can I just note the questions that I'm taking? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Siyabonga, Ndumiso, a very great unmasking of this philosopher of peace peace and of war. And I think maybe it was important, as you have used that Latin term, that there is also a opposite term of it, that even if you are talking of peace, prepare for war. Even if you are talking of war, prepare for peace. But what is interesting is if you can broaden it further now about the current struggles of the return of Prof. Ramose coming back home in the early 90s, to say what were the other struggles that he was facing, particularly in the institutions of higher learning, with his thoughts and his thinking. And secondly, I think the other aspect that we have to debunk also is the role that we have shown of the European legal philosophy that has also polluted our thinking. Even today, in all in all faculties of law, whenever they do legal philosophy, that the issues of understanding the laws of war, to understand that war also is a means of business, it's a means of economic trade. To understand war also, it is a means of domination. And for us, as we are saying, if you desire peace, prepare for war. But I want you to add the last element of justice, because others will say, if you talk of peace, others will say we want justice. And I think that came from Peter Tosh one day when he said, I don't want peace, I want equal rights and justice. Peace will find it in the cemetery. Rest in peace. So it's very important when you have to contextualize this character of Prof. Ramose to say that they've been onslaught, even on the issue that yesterday we were raising of the legitimacy of our 1993 and 1996 constitution, that it was only fashionable when the former minister raised the question about the constitution of this country, that does it represent the values and the challenges that people of this country are facing. And as we have alluded of the massacres that we have seen and the genocides that we have seen in this country, and only today to be told that there is a white genocide. And you ask yourself, how do you define white genocide when there were many genocides that have happened in this country, in this continent? So that is, in short, paraphrasing it, justice, equal rights, the question also of looking at the challenges that Prof. Ramose faced by coming back home, because at some point he was exiled, now he's in exile. Because those who were exiled, they were exiles also. So we need to understand that context also. Thank you.
It's still morning, yeah, morning. Doc, my question is simple. Being a media person, it's conversations that are constantly had with different people in society. Oh, okay. So I'm saying my question is simple. As someone in the media, conversations are had with different people in society. And I'm going to have a modern one for you, is that how do you have a conversation with somebody who, as you rightly said, played the role of conqueror in terms of ancestry, and now is saying to you, let's not have a conversation of what they term as the past and how it plays a role currently in society. And what I'm drumming at is that I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, one can't separate our historic perspective of what Ubuntu is now to how you've defined it in the work of Prof. And as someone in the media, I constantly have to play what people say is the neutral ground. But I would love to ask a question and say, looking at the society that you live in right now, what are the roles or what are the contributors that you are still perpetuating to continue the oppressive war or the continued war on the people who have been conquered or who have been... But someone said it yesterday, Uti, in terms of the current, it's hard. I hope you get what I'm trying to drum at. Oh, okay. It's in rephrase again. How do you see Ubuntu playing a role in conversations of modern day society in bringing about the peace today? I think that is much better. I hope.
Thanks. It's Chris Olsebrook. I was wondering, Dumiso, if there's not always war at the basis of rights, because in a sense you don't have a right unless it can be enforced, and that enforcement will always involve. It basically involves force, doesn't it? So can we have rights that don't involve force? Because it seems to follow also from the title of your talk that you must be prepared for war to defend a right.
Thank you, Dr. Lalda. You actually reminded me of our days at UP when we ask in transformative constitutionalism, whose rights are these? But I'm not there. The one thing I want to ask you is from the angle of social cohesion, right? We are here now. There is a lawyer that is being concocted through a curriculum, which we call a decolonized curriculum, right? Now, with everything that we have said, two things. How are we enabling a paradigm advocate where the writings of Prof begin now to be part of the readership of kids? Because we need to deal with clear indoctrination through the written word. That was why we had outcome 14 on social cohesion. The second one, you know the book on the art of war, the one written by the Chinese guy. I want to say to you, how do you reconcile Prof's articulation with the principles? I know you know that book. The principles that are in the art of war. And I'm saying Chinese because we are between Prof and Chinese. Where do you situate us? But focus on the future legal practitioner. Thank you.
Would you prefer to stand, or may I hand you the mic?
I'll stand.
Okay, there we go.
I'll take the podium. Verily I say unto thee. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, as far as Prof's biography, I don't, you know, the struggle that their students had in 2015 is funny in many ways, because as I say, Guti, UNISA, we were already ahead of time. I don't know what their situation is now, but what their students were crying for in 2015 was already settled in the year 2000. And in fact, it was, the object was already ahead of what has come after 2000. So, but one of the things about living and learning with Professor Ramose is understanding that the war is not a mere philosophical abstraction. There are times when it's necessary for him to say, please be careful, don't travel with your own vehicle. If you travel with him as well, you might take alternative routes because of the presence of a threat at all times. And, you know, but the threat finds expressions, war finds expressions in multiple ways in terms of how domination finds expression. Some of the ways are in the employment market. So, you know, you get a baptism. The world of the academe is underpinned by politics, that if you study with somebody, you cannot get a job. But even that person himself, despite his remarkable and singular career, precisely because of being a prophet in his own time, he struggled very much in the South African academic market, simply because of the predominance of a particular paradigm epistemologically, as well as the peopling of decision-making positions by the descendants of the conqueror. In fact, let me rather say successors entitled to conquest, because descendants suggest that there's only a relationship of genetics between the two, but it's a political relationship. Successors entitled to conquest for the historical reasons which we know about Ukhongolos in this country, came to occupy the positions of supposedly choosing their own replacements. It would have been bizarre for the Jews after the Second World War for a position to be taken, that the German Nazi professors ought to be placed responsible in training the survivors of their Jewish victims, and also training their replacements amongst them. It would appear to be bizarre. Very often, for people to understand the nature of the absurdity of the problem, you have to draw parallel examples with the deaths of white people, and then the penny drops. If you are talking about the deaths of black people, it appears to be just the normal thing, like a township death. You have to die in the suburbs before you appear in the headlines. Or it has to be gratuitous violence of such a nature. But if the same kid from Mamelodi dies at home, it is not remarkable or a historical death. But if that kid dies here in Hatfield Square, the Minister of Police comes, because the death is happening where it oughtn't to. So even in reasoning about war and death, you find that you have to draw a parallel to the death of whites, whether it's mathematically spectacular in the grand historical scheme or not, before people can recognize. So being born into telling the truth has consequences. Ramose's biography is a biography of the consequence of telling truth. Not just shouting this or that slogan, but actually doing so leads to being unemployable and blacklisted. And from time to time, your face appearing in the front page of the report as indoctrinating students. This is what happens, So you will see that even AfriForum has been preoccupied with Ramose in recent time, in interviews. So you see that this is the consequence. And so when we see people at the conference photographing us or taking videos, the war which we have understood ourselves to be in causes that we must defend ourselves. So this is the biographical part. The question of Ubuntu today and how do I see it? Look, I'm not going to be able to answer this question. I can give you a reference. I recently published a paper called Not Yet Ubuntu, a philosophical essay on government in South Africa. And the point which I try to make, I'll make very quickly. And it's about this Metz and Gade problem which arose in the previous panel. The point is that there are many Ubuntus, but there are two species which go around in South Africa. And the authors that you cite, unfortunately, belong. So if Ubuntu enjoins us to take our humanity seriously, to think of ourselves as human beings, its historical implications for the interpretation of the conquest which I described. If we were human beings at the time of the arrival of our conquerors, the justice which is due to us is connected with that of our ancestors. And for us to concede that we will buy back land, we will negotiate for our sovereignty, is to concede that we were not fully human at the time. Is for us to concede on the incompleteness of our humanity at the time of conquest. To insist that we were always human beings and remain so is to demand justice, though the heavens may fall. To concede that history and cohesion is to suggest that this humanity begins now, if it begins at all. So to take Ubuntu seriously, indeed, is to do historical justice. That is the first. So to include it in the Constitution without examining its implications for the arrangements of the entire order, it begins now. It begins now when white people need to keep the spoils of conquest and we must shut up. Then Ubuntu becomes a factor. So you'll see that the authors that were cited in the previous panel are all post-94 Ubuntuists. It's an Ubuntu that is tied to the 1993 Constitution, and its function was to bolster and buttress this fragile reconciliation. If you see Ramose's 1991 text, written with two other elders whose names I must apologize, but it's called Towards Lasting Constitutional Change. And the point is precisely that you can play this trick, but it won't last if it isn't founded in justice. That a true peace must be founded in justice, that is why there's an eruption. The legitimacy of the constitutional order, its proponents are buckling under the weight of criticisms and seeing, which is inspired in part by the contribution of our elder. But the prediction is exactly that it won't hold, and it will lead to a catastrophe. The catastrophe is already unfolding, but this was foretold. It's a prophecy which the prophet of is still alive. So finally, rights without force. Yes. I will try to, Chris, to answer. So I suppose that the question is about legitimate force in my own. So we are talking about the question of legitimacy as far as the origins of the possession of that force, whether or not it derives from the general will, if you will. And so this is the point that, yes, of course, right and force live in a tense relationship between each other. But the point is, if we go back to Hobbes, if we supposedly surrendered the right to do the force which belongs to us ourselves, to kill our enemies, to take, and surrendered it to a legitimate will, which is supposed to judge on our own behalf. And the point is the foundation of legal order is self-defense. That is the reason why we agree to obey the law. And the point is the right to revolution, that if the force that we have surrendered is abused, we retain that right. We only suspend that. This is what, so if we must take that force back, it can be taken back. The sovereign holds it on the basis of our consensus. Khosi ki khosi ka batho. This is the point, So when Khosi goes mad, the historical record suggests that uShaka kaSenza ngakhona was executed consensually because of that it was precisely an exercise of this. No, inkosi at this point before the succession yakadingana. So the point is exactly that. Yes, of course, force and right exist in a continuous tension, but I suppose that the proviso is legitimate force. A force which comes from right, rather than So I'm suggesting that the current force which prevails is a force based in force itself and does not come from right. For this, for those interested in this discussion, I give you a reference to a text from 2024 called "Who Conquered South Africa?" This is dealt with at some length there. Thank you. Uzothatha ezinye or sesiqedile? Okwakho lokho. It is to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. I don't see any questions. May I presume that we are all happy? Is it going to be short? Okay, just this one question, and then I end the session.
Thank you very much for actually honoring Prof. Ramose, which was the purpose of this event. My question to you is, now that you have drawn from his work to make explicit an assertion that I think to some may seem counterintuitive, I would like to know, is there any proposal that you make, or is there any theory of war that you then develop as a philopraxis? Thanks.
Yes, as I said, 20 years in 20 minutes is tough. The answer to your question is constitutional abolitionism. This is the praxic answer to the question that you ask. And so I suppose I can take the liberty. Yesterday, Chris Alsobruk was talking about sovereign power. The point is that, as I said, the right of conquest, which forms the basis of our legal order, originates in warfare. And the warfare is continuous. It didn't end one day. The point, you've seen that dramatic presentation of this, and fear becomes important. The point is, if you take over a foreign territory, first you must perform the gratuitous violence necessary to subjugate the indigenes so that they fear the order. Okay? So you will typically cut the heads off of the men who defend, place them on spikes in order to create a terror which becomes the basis of supplanting right by force. It's a communication. If you transgress, you will die, and you will die without being buried. You will die and be desecrated. So the point of this initial force is to invoke terror. But historically, of course, the memory of the people often survives these attempts. So the legal order will criminalize memory. Anyone who remembers the name of the king shall be put to death. That is the rightful king, not the new king. So, Machiavelli says the challenge of the new prince is to appear ancient, to create structures which destroy the memory of the pre-existing sovereignty of the people, so that the terror may create out of itself a right. So we only remember the new king. Everyone who remembers the old king is put to death. Everyone who wrote about it, it is banned, so that we only remember the new king. And those that remember the old king, which forms the basis for fighting the existing order, are eliminated. They can't get jobs at universities. Their books and things cannot be published. And some of them are just put to death if they talk too much and in the wrong places. Okay? So the point is that, I've written before about Sharpeville, the so-called Sharpeville massacre being an expression of precisely that Sobukwe and the Africanists were able to recognize precisely that conquest, in a strange kind of way, Hobbes puts it this way, is consensual. So this is Kanye West controversially made the suggestion that slavery could have been ended if people had had enough, But though it was a bizarre formulation, the point was that yes, there is the possibility of death, but you can choose to die. You can choose to die rather than live on your knees, which is what Biko actually suggested, So the point is that our death is authorized by this master text of the constitutional order that provides the mythology for the erasure of the past. The one formulation from I conquer, therefore I am sovereign, is about the exclusion of some natural facts from the universe of juristic facts. And the point is, the entire legal order collapses. You know, if you stole my subsistence 100 years ago, and I'm the successor to the person who has nothing, but if I steal a cell phone in order to feed my family, the law begins with me and says I am the thief. But the land in which this cell phone is, that falls outside of the memory of the law. The entire legal order, its criminal imagination, is undone by precisely this contradictory tension. So the point is that it's a call for the dissolution of the legal order. And yeah, so, you know, theory and practice go hand in hand. I don't expect that if this is not heard, it will lead, what is interpreted as crime. Yesterday, also Brooke was dealing with the phenomenon of amachochombe, you know, and these are expressions, they're expressions of the contradiction in praxis. And so, you know, but the answer to your question is constitutional abolition, which is about the beginning of rectifying conqueror sovereignty, returning the power of making law which is binding to the people, in order to use law as a free instrument to undo the evils which were done by law itself. So once it was time for the people to rule, their sovereignty was taken from them, and they were given a constitution. And the point is that we need to eliminate, to abolish this constitution, to return the power to the people so that they can make law which is binding to address their problems. You know, so that is the power which has been taken from us. And that is the objective of the war. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, Dr. Dladla, for your insightful talk. I would like us to move to the next section. Thank you very much again, Dr. Dladla. We appreciate you accepting our invite and also giving this talk. I would like to call to stage to move on to the next item, Professor Pascal Mungwini from the University of South Africa, and I would also like to call Ms. Elena Leroux from the University of Fort Hare. May you please join me on stage, colleagues. May I please have the round of applause. So the first speaker for this item would be Professor Mungwini. He will give his talk on this battlefield called African Philosophy, a Critical Review. And after his talk, I will hand over to Ms. Leroux, who will give us a talk on Ramosian criticism of the liberal Ubuntufication of heritable human genome editing in South Africa. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. And most importantly, good afternoon to Professor Ramose, who is the very reason why we are gathered here today. Now, it is my pleasure to be here and to contribute to the celebration of one of us. In putting together this talk, I made use of various sources. I may not be able to cite every name during the course of the presentation, but I can assure you that all their references have been included. And secondly, I have tried to make sure that in the paper, I do not just speak to philosophers, but instead, I bring philosophy to the people in the manner that our eminent teacher has done over the years. And the third point, which I want to make is, Ndumiso has mentioned the ethical dimension to time which our own teacher has been emphasizing to us. But he forgot to mention that he took time so seriously that in 2013 in Athens, he had to forego his presentation because a colleague had overshot his own presentation into his time. Because of the ethical nature of time, he decided it was unethical for him to eat into another presenter's time, and he stopped. But I'm not going to do that today because we are honoring him. Otherwise, I was going to follow suit. Yes. Now, the title of my paper is This Battlefield Called African Philosophy, a critical review, which implies that I'm going to take a story from the origins of this so-called academic field that we call African philosophy today. Now, I have a prepared presentation, and because I want to save time, I will stick to my prepared paper, and then if there is time for me to explain and expound on the issues, I will do so. I've tried to limit it to make sure that at least if it goes beyond 15, it stays below 18. Now, it is often remarked that so long as the clouds remain, we cannot know the color of the sky. In the history of African philosophy, the question is, are there still in existence clouds and fogs that prevent us from seeing the color of the sky? In other words, are there any constraints or fetters that still curtail the richness and self-expression of the discipline? What is it that can be done to continue to fortify the practice and its potential so that it may refuse to bow before masters and rulers that it had no role in electing? In other words, is there something that we can do about the practice so that we do not preoccupy ourselves with questions and problems that we have not originated or proposed for ourselves? Now, in addressing these and other issues, I will also take the opportunity to draw from Ubuntu philosophy, but not as a pliable deployee that has little regard to history and memory. Philosophy should help to form human beings and not just simply inform them. The first part of my paper is entitled African Philosophy in Context. Now, the story of African philosophy, just like the history that informs it, is a multifaceted one. It is an unfinished project that actualizes itself as a perpetual recommencement. It is a text without an end, without a preordained conclusion. And in this text, the story is never complete without the work of Professor Ramose. Now, in this story, we find various interlocutors, restive instigators, and dialogue partners. It is therefore a story that is not innocent of the politics of knowledge, and one that triggers serious emotions because of its intimate connection to the questions of who we are as a people. Is it not perhaps philosophically telling that the word anger is the title to chapter 3 of Utonji's book, The Struggle for Meaning? The significance of this choice of title cannot be emphasized. But of course, as Barry Hallen makes clear in his analysis of the history of African philosophy, Utonji was by no means the only one angry. In fact, anger could very well serve as the most appropriate code word and a fitting descriptor to characterize the entire discourse of reprisals and recriminations that define the collection of works that laid the foundation of academic philosophy as we know it today. Now, his choice of title is not only a reminder of the crucial history, but it is also a significant pointer to the emotional and intellectual investment that continues to characterize the practice in this ongoing struggle for our own liberation. Anybody who has carefully read the introduction to Professor Ramose's seminal text, African Philosophy Through Ubuntu, could be aware of the following pertinent question, and one which he himself admits as being one of the reasons behind his philosophical articulations. This is a question, as he says, was posed to him by his teacher, his friend, and colleague, and which has kept him on his toes, and which I believe can do the same to us. The question reads, why is it that in the bottomless depth of learning and the limitless horizons of knowledge, the African appears at best only as an afterthought, a footnote with no significant relevance to the main body of the text? I close the quote. A reversal of this travesty remains key to the project of African philosophy. And it is an issue that defines the contribution of Professor Ramose to the broader field of philosophy. And it is to this important undertaking that Ubuntu as a philopraxis of liberation belongs. Almost everywhere we look in the world, we are confronted by different forms and instances of assaults on human dignity. The history and complexity of this seemingly unrelenting case is well understood. To deserve any repetition here, save to state that slavery and colonialism built this world, and these two were unjust at their core. Injustice and oppression, therefore, define this world. And philosophy in Africa cannot afford to be a fugitive from reality, and neither can it be a silent witness to the crimes against humanity. To mention humanity, of course, brings me to the concept of Ubuntu and the work of those who have given their time to making its philosophical foundations explicit. I will return to this later, but for the moment, let me recall the following important submission. And I quote, the starting point for philosophical reflection, and this is from Malpass 2018, is not a world of empty space or inhuman objects, nor a realm of purely subjective sensation or sense data. It is a world of other human beings and a world in which we find ourselves. It is to this world and the place in which it unfolds that our philosophical explorations must always be addressed and to which we must always return. This is what African philosophy through Ubuntu advocates and regards as its point of departure. Yes, philosophy must concern itself with the very place within which questions of ethics and politics arise. A sense of place and of the historically specific is inherent to every philosophy, even if the concepts and theories we go on to propound go on to enjoy worldwide acclaim. The global reach of Ubuntu is testament to this fact. Now, at the beginning in my abstract, I raised a number of questions. I do not pretend to have all those answers to the questions, but I will give proposals, which in turn invite further discussions. The metaphor of the sky, with which I began, represents the limitless possibilities of what African philosophy can become, what it can bring to the table, and what it can achieve in terms of the reconfiguration of the philosophical landscape. It is an issue of how African philosophy, armed with its own background assumptions and presuppositions, can contribute in transforming the enterprise. Now, among some of the things or fogs and clouds that may prevent us from witnessing the color of the sky, I identify about 8 of them. I will speak to 3 or 4 and then mention the rest. I can then explain them further in the interest of time. Now, the first one is the question of language. I will not rehash this same old question, which is by now well known. In my view, however, these foreign languages should be treated as the equivalent of our own chronic diseases, our BP, our HIV, our diabetes. We know we are not well and we can manage, but we do not stop envisioning that one day a solution to this ailment can be found. Masolo reminds us that while indeed the practical question about the intellectual benefits of writing in vernacular remains challenging, but it must be attempted for two reasons. The first, to encourage local debate about understanding and interpretation of indigenous concepts and theories. And two, to preserve these thought expressions in their original rendition. Ramose sees this not as a practical question, but as an ethical question and an issue of epistemic justice. Vigorous debate by a community of philosophers who happen to inhabit a place and to share a common language on a few selected concepts within their language can be the spark that lights the proverbial fire. Ubuntu has served as a good example of what this sort of engagement can achieve, in the sense of the amount of debate and insights it has generated, including dissertations and theses from here and abroad. This should encourage us to consider the elaboration of other crucial concepts from within the context of our cultures. The second point, or cloud which prevents us from seeing our sky clearly, I've termed it chauvinism and patriarchy. Like in other areas of our life in general, these two hang over many intellectual fields, including philosophy. Chauvinism embraces the exclusion and occlusion of voices that are not tacitly associated with authority. The dual task of defeating social injustice and championing reason as a universal feature of humanity requires us to consider all contributions made in advancing philosophy, and that entails paying particular attention to those voices that have been marginalized or eviscerated altogether. We must dig into the history of our respective societies to bring out those thinkers and their ideas will remain marginalized for being different, and render those ideas an integral part of our philosophical heritage. Wole Soyinka titles his essay Interlude to an Expanding World of Mind Closures. I have no doubt that our own practice is not immune to the threat of similar mind closures. Is it 0 or 5? You showed me 10. Anyway, I can stop, but it's an injustice. You showed me 10 and then 0. From 10, you show me 5, and then 0. Yes, I know you want to go and eat, but I think you've robbed him. Yes, anyway, I will not. I was now going to end with my insights on Ubuntu, but then, no, I don't have time. I'm going to say just one thing, which we may miss. So I left the others, and then my reflection on Ubuntu say, unlike any other concepts that you find within philosophy, which are conjured up and donated to represent the thinking of the people, the concept of Ubuntu is rooted in the ordinary language that Africans in our region speak and use in their everyday life. It is, to my knowledge, one of the African concepts that, despite its worldwide reach, has retained its identity as an indigenous concept. It has not been supplanted or completely substituted through translation to render it accessible to others. Those who are familiar with philosophy would know that the Quechua peoples of the Andes have their own similar concept, sumak kawasawe. But we hardly hear that because it has been substituted by the Spanish buen vivre. And that is distorted or replaced or even literally erased the original understanding of good life. Now, in our efforts to explain, to analyze, to deconstruct, and to deploy the concept of Ubuntu, scholars must begin from the indigenous and the original linguistic articulations. From there, they can then build from their professional, interpretive, and hermeneutic capabilities as scholars to distill crucial insights and to construct a picture of the various philosophies, of various facets of this philosophy and what it can achieve. And I think Professor Ramose has led the way on the concept of Ubuntu. But the question that we have, which is a challenge that I wanted to leave, is how many other concepts are still there and available that we, who are following in his footsteps, can then examine with the same depth and exactitude, and then engage with the concept to the point where the discourse of that concept reaches the same level as the discourse of Ubuntu as we have it today. I thank you.
No, thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity also to speak. You're going to tell me 5 minutes, né? Okay. Much like Professor Gwini, I'm going to just read for the sake of time, but also anyone who knows me knows that I love a good tangent. And so deviating from what I have in front of me might delay matters or the event, and as Prof has pointed out, people are hungry. So this paper is a part of a much larger project, but in honor of Professor Ramose, I've excised a little component of it, speaking directly to Prof's work on Ubuntu. So I'm going to, this paper's name, title then is A Ramosian Criticism of the Liberal Ubuntification of Heritable Human Genome Editing in South Africa. So in this paper, I rely on and apply Prof. Mogobe's conceptualization of Ubuntu philosophy to problematize the recent attempts by liberals to Ubuntify heritable human genome editing in conqueror South Africa. Here I focus on a specific work published in 2023 by two scholars from UKZN, namely Donrich Taldar and Bonginkosi Shozi. The title of their paper is Promoting Equality in the Governance of Heritable Human Genome Editing through Ubuntu, reflecting on a South African public engagement study. So this was a study they performed themselves. It's quite unclear what the methodology was when they did their field work and research. And then this is now them discussing that study and reflecting, and with a specific focus on Ubuntu. So by approaching Ubuntu as a hyphenated word, as Prof. Ramose implores us to do, I read Taldar and Shozi's reliance on Ubuntu as an opportunistic partaking in what Ndumiso Dladla has termed the Ubuntu industrial complex. This I do by situating Taldar and Shozi's paper on Ubuntu within their larger body of work and by examining the substance or the lack thereof of their Ubuntu itself. With this aim in mind, I have structured my paper in 3 questions. How are these scholars using Ubuntu in the discourse on heritable human genome editing? How has their use of Ubuntu been received, or what has the response been to their use of Ubuntu within the discourse itself so far? And the last question then brings me to the crux of the paper, which is to introduce what I consider to be a Ramosian critique into this conversation by asking why is their use of Ubuntu problematical? But before I can attempt to answer any of these questions, I must first create some context. I'm speaking about genome editing and particular moves that are being made within the policy framework. So just to briefly contextualize, September last year at a Rewilding Reproduction conference hosted in Pretoria, Donrich Taldar mentioned to the surprise and confusion of everyone in attendance that an unnoticed amendment to the South African Ethics and Health Research Guidelines apparently now permits heritable human genome editing. That is to say that according to Taldar, South Africa now allows for the editing of the human germline. This would then make South Africa the first country in the world to legalize genetically modified babies, because these genetic modifications are intended to pass down from one generation to the next. So currently gene therapy, medical gene therapy that is allowed or regulated, it only affects the person who receives the edit. So it cannot be passed down. But what now is the change in the policy is that you can actually now have inheritable modifications that can be passed down from one person to the other, or one generation to the other. A month later, two scholars addressed these claims and sounded the alarm in an article published in The Conversation, in which they alerted the public to the unnoticed amendment to the South African Ethics in Healthy Research Guidelines. They warned against South Africa's move to legalize heritable human genome editing, to which Taldar responded in the comments section. He responded in the comments section to their warning. In Taldar's reply to the warning against the legalization of heritable human genome editing, he referred to his own paper co-authored by his doctoral student, who is Shozi, to argue that heritable human genome editing is ethical because what they call Ubuntu ethic says so. Against this background, I now turn to the first of the three questions I mentioned earlier. That is the question of what is Taldar and Shozi doing with Ubuntu within the discourse. Their argument goes as follows. Post-1994 South Africa, according to them, is premised on the philosophy of Ubuntu, a philosophy which is, according to them, the essence and foundation of a legitimate constitutional order in South Africa. The argument is that because Ubuntu ethic, as they term it, is concerned with the well-being and quality of life of the community at large, but the yet to be born as well, heritable human genome editing must be ethical and therefore embraced because it can be used to genetically modify humans to create healthy, disease or disorder-free human beings. Stated differently, these authors posit that any deselection of genetically undesirable traits of these traits and the birthing of healthy bodies with the aid of heritable human genome editing technologies is Ubuntu, because it can ensure the health of future generations. And because these technologies embody Ubuntu, heritable human genome editing must be good and ethical in post-1994 South Africa, rooted in Ubuntu. And so Ubuntu demands, according to them, that heritable human genome editing be legalized and deregulated in South Africa. So simply put, the entire argument in this particular paper boils down to Ubuntu makes heritable human genome editing ethical and therefore permissible because it can potentially benefit communities and future generations. Now I turn to the second question mentioned, which examines how the use of Ubuntu has been received. So Taldar and Shozi's employment of Ubuntu ethic as a justificatory framework for the liberalization and deregulation of heritable human genome editing has received a number of critical responses. It has been described as superficial, underdeveloped, lacking, tokenistic, misappropriation, and peculiar. And they have been called out for their failure to engage properly with the nuances and core aspects of Ubuntu philosophy. Anye Nyomjo has also accused them of ethics washing, which is the use of, and here I'm quoting the author, who is Nyomjo, superficial ethical language to legitimize an agenda, in this case a liberal one focused on expanding heritable human genome editing policy, which conceals a lack of substantive engagement with the invoked principles, end quote. He then aptly captures the essence of their argument or the use of Ubuntu when he writes, and here I'm quoting him again, rather than engaging with African thought as a dynamic intellectual tradition, Ubuntu is instrumentalized to validate predetermined claims. In such work, Ubuntu becomes less a robust philosophical foundation and more a magical elixir of cultural authentication by default, end quote. And Pila Mintsemang has responded to their use of Ubuntu by pointing out that Ubuntu does indeed ethically require of a generation to be good ancestors, and that it is tasked with safeguarding the well-being of the yet to be born. But for that reason precisely, since heritable human genome editing technologies are not yet safe, it can also be said then that Ubuntu precisely demands that these technologies be treated with caution and restraint. So the opposite argument is then put forward based on the same claim towards one's responsibility towards the community at large, but also future generations. And now I come to the crux of my paper, and therefore the final question: why is Taldar and Shozi's Ubuntu problematical? I agree with Nyomju and Msimang, their critiques of Taldar and Shozi's version of Ubuntu, but what I want to do here is reinforce and expand on their critiques through a Ramosian hyphenated Ubuntu. So the responses the criticisms that have been delivered was directly in response to that particular paper. So now I am placing that paper in a broader context of their work, precisely to problematize it even further. So looking at Taldar here, I speak specifically to because he has published so often on this. He was also Shozi's supervisor, doctoral supervisor. So his body of work is more expansive. So looking at Taldar's published works, his aim has always been to deregulate and so liberalize and, according to him, liberate biotechnologies. And he has found just about every thinkable angle to support his predetermined conclusion. From Kant's conception of dignity and morality to John Stuart Mill's understanding of harm and Rawls's theory of justice, historically Taldar has always been looked at the West to justify his arguments. Unless the West was too conservative for his liking, then they were Eurocentric or hegemonic. And more recently, as we see in this paper we are discussing today, he has instrumentalized so-called African ethics to support his agenda, except, of course, when African culture and tradition does not support his argument. Then he has called what he calls, Then what he calls traditional black South African culture is hegemonic and outdated and therefore an obstacle to a multicultural, diverse society. The point here is that Taldar's use of Ubuntu is quite different to the rest of his body of work, but it also is to be expected when one considers his adoption of whatever is fashionable and useful to the deregulation of biotechnologies and the proliferation of technologically liberated society. So even the most cursory review of Taldar's work, one inevitably must conclude that Taldar and Shozi are riding the post-1994 Ubuntu industrial complex wave, and there is no intention to properly engage and understand Ubuntu, as Prof conceptualizes it. My second criticism then turns to consider the ideological function of this liberal appropriation of Ubuntu philosophy. Taldar and Shozi's decontextualization and dilution of Ubuntu within the heritable human genome editing discourse or debate performs a political sanitizing function. Their non-racial liberalism masks the fact that reproductive and genetic technologies are disproportionately accessible to, used, and celebrated by the conqueror group, members of the conqueror group. That it serves an ideological function, which is the preservation and expansion of a fictional genetic hygiene introduced and perfected through conquest. Preserve a colonial apartheid white supremacist society within an anti-black social order. The Ubuntu argument in favor of genetic and reproductive technologies for clinical or medical healthcare purposes must also be placed in conversation with their other work, in which they argue that a blanket ban on non-therapeutic genome editing, so that is genetic enhancements for non-medical purposes, they argue it is inappropriate to put a blanket ban on it. As well as their curious claim that eugenics is a non-issue in South Africa, since eugenics is a state-sponsored enterprise and not an individualized activity. What their work therefore completely ignores is the patterns of use by a predominantly white population who are the successors entitled to conquest. It also completely disregards the fact that white supremacy and anti-blackness did not die with the advent of the 1996 Constitution, and that disease and well-being are also produced socially and structurally. The Ubuntu must also be understood in the context of their work, in which they argue that those who can economically afford these technologies must be allowed to do so, and that over time these technologies will become cheaper, but by no means are they challenging the ethics of the existing colonial apartheid capitalist order. It does not engage whatsoever with the existing human relations in conqueror South Africa. So despite the citation of 2 of Prof's papers in their Ubuntu article, Taldar shows his Ubuntu is philosophically and politically irreconcilable with Prof. Ramose's conception of Ubuntu, and must be exposed for, as Prof has put it in one of his own papers, for looking at Ramose but not seeing Ramose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and my apologies, Prof. Mungwini, about not indicating the 5 minutes that remained. Okay, so let's move ahead with the program. I will take questions. Do we have questions on the floor? 1 question. Do we have another hand? Question, suggestion, recommendation to me as well? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question is directed to Mongugwa Pasanga. Professor Pascal, thank you very much. I am led to the title that you have used for framing your reflections. And I want to throw a pebble into the still waters to provoke a conversation which I also find in the entry to African philosophy through Ubuntu. African and philosophy, to speak to the question of linking identity to an expression. And I'm asking, can a defined subject have a philosophy? That is, if I go with Professor Ramose's submission that he is using the nomenclature Africa or African in protestation. And it is Toni Morrison in the book The Beloved who is making a bold statement. She says, definition belongs to the definers and not to the defined. I find a very prolonged debate between Dr. Mutsoko Pego, in which he disagrees with the submission of an entry in Professor Ramose's work, in which he unchains the claims to the concept using the Dogon school of thought, the notion Africa, and also reflecting on the Kemetic narrative of the concept Afro-Uyghur, to make an argument that the Romans labeled Africans as they are is a loss of an agency and to exist as a defined subject. Now, if the very nomenclature of an identity is imposed from an external stimuli or is defined by the other outside of ourselves, what are we left with? Thank you.
Okay. Prof. Mungwini, would you like to respond to that question?
Thank you, Dr. Malloy. I think your question, which is prompted by closer.
Yeah,
or
closer.
far away.
Closer.
All right. Sorry. Your question, which is prompted by the title of my paper, especially the battlefield, this battlefield called African philosophy. You raised a very important question, which the philosopher we are celebrating today grappled with, the question of an imposed identity, the name Africa. But I would say to you, it is part of the battlefield. It's part of the issues that is part of what we are contesting about. But we do not stop to exist because we have been Christianized. We will continue the war of liberation, even within that context. Because if we say we've been named, now we are going to be silent, it is a capitulation and actually playing into the hands of those that were using the name in the first place. And so I think there are several arguments now where we underline, as he does, that we use the name in protest. And to any academic, that should mean a lot of things. It's a compressed statement of an acknowledgement of the history and the injustice that goes with that name.
Do we have any questions? No, no questions. But if you would still like to engage our speakers, they are still here until we have lunch. So thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you. I would like, before we move to the last item of the program, which will be Professor Ramose's talk, I would like to request the chair of our department, Professor Lepaga, to hand over the gifts that we have for our keynote speakers. This will not take long. May I please request Prof. Lepaga to come to the front, hand over the gift, and soon after that, we are going to have Prof. Ramose give his talk, and after that, we are going to have lunch. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you. Can I request Professor Ntwasa, Dr. Zaza, and Ms. Kilebohile Mbebe to come in front? No, I'm just Professor Ntwasa. Thank you. Thank you. All right, thanks. Okay. Thank you. I'm sure you bet you are saying yes. Okay. Okay. So this is yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Oh, the last one. Thank you. All right, thank you. Gugu, you can continue, I'm done. All right, thank you.
We're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. I would love to call on stage Umme Bontle Mogobela, who's going to come and introduce the Prof.
Good day, everybody.
I'm Bontlenyane Ramose, Prof. Mogobe's sister. I've been called to introduce Prof. Mogobe to you, to tell you who he is. Prof. Mogobe is the 5th child of Mr. Mudikwagai Bennett Ramose and Nyembezi Violet Ramose. He was born in Attridgeville. 55 Molope Street. And my granny was staying 45 Molope Street, my mother's mother. Yeah. I'm very proud to have Prof. Mogobe as my brother. He's a humble, humble man. Simple down to Mother Earth. And if he's with Shanganis, he will speak Shangani. If with Zulus, he will speak Zulu. He won't speak English, showing you that I'm a professor. That's the thing that I like with him. It's also Ubuntu, the thing. Because we are not all learned. And then, now this I want to talk in Tswana because you can't praise yourself in English or whatever. Rona re bapedi balobedu. Rona re boa khatjatji lala. Ha re ipoka ra re ahe khomo ahe mokwathama. Khomo ha imele ke morwalo e le wa yona. Ba re ha o le khomo tshwantse o rwale morwalo o leng wa hao. Morwalo o a ke re ko wena o tlisitse mo lefatsheng. Ha o sa o rwale o tlohella ma. Bianong, as we are talking about Ubuntu, Mogobe Ubuntu bo ba hae. Ha bo ruta ko strate. O bo rutile ke di parents tsa hae. Re botsere ka mo hae ka mo lapeng. Ko hae ne re ho wa peile. Mme wa ka a tla checka dipitsa a re, I'm sure wa meta dijos. He moeng a ka tsena mo la rena re ja o ile mo fa eng. My father was a policeman, but hanale of alimuhai. He will cook for the whole family. And then I adopt a style sa hore. Apiele bana ba mo motseng otlhe, the whole street. That's where Ubuntu started in our family. So, Kiena Mogobe o. Mogobe la o tseba ke re wa metsi. Ora lo tsebe Mogobe ke mola mo metsi a tswang mo teng. Mme wa ka na tlhola rata hore ke Mogobe wa metsi. Mogobe ha o pshe, o phela o na le metsi. Ke ka mokhoka go a tsamayang a ruta mafatshe a ya kwa le kwa ka thuto e tswang kae e tshwanang le lebitso la hae Mogobe. Thank you all.
That's fine.
Sanbonani, I greet you once again, and I suppose that, yes, something is telling us that we must come to a close because the food is already on the table. And so I request that when you start getting bored, you please raise your hands and then I will stop. Well, having listened from yesterday up to this point, I really was wondering whether or not I should present what I already have written or just have a commentary. And so I think I will have both. And in that way, I would like to begin in the way that we grew up. Tina we were listening to stories because there was no television. And so our mothers were telling stories by night, and then we listened and then fell asleep. So I should like to start with a story, and it goes as follows. Once upon a time, there was a very, very intelligent woman, a vigorous woman, enthusiastic about life. One good day, she decided to do the most courageous thing, and that is she went to an unknown market. And there she found on display a whole lot of males and females. She looked around this way and that way. Ultimately, she decided to make a choice. And so she picked on one woman, and then when the other extreme of the market, she picked on one man, brought them together, and said to each one of them, "You shall be my future parents." And then these two people looked at each other with great consternation. Anyway, she disappeared after that. And finally, when she was born, it was not a she, but a he who was born. What went wrong with the marketplace? She actually had chosen her future parents. So how come now it is a he who is born despite her choice? Well, according to the tradition or stories, the Nonwani, this is a fiction. There is no such thing as any one of us going to the metaphysical marketplace where you pick your parents before time. Simple. That's why you find that in the end, when she chooses her parents, then something else comes. Nobody chooses a parent. No one chooses when they will be born, where they will be born, and how they will be born. So, you see, it goes a long way. Our parents usually told us, when you hear stories like this, you must now ask, what is the lesson? Several lessons emerge from this. One of the lessons is that your being, just as my being, is all contingent. Just contingent. There is no reason why I exist and no other person. You cannot give a reason for that. There is no reason why the so-called universe, these days science drives us to think of the pluriverse. There is no reason why the pluriverse exists at all. No reason. It is there, and then there's going to be lots of guesswork of why the universe is there. And so, by this point, I want to say that because everything is contingent, it is crucially important for us to accept that in the pluriversal disorder or order of things, depending on how you want to look at it, we are smaller than ants. All of us are smaller than ants in the pluriversal order of things. And so it becomes very clear that when we're going to talk about these things, I am, you see, that comes to the next point of the story, the second lesson. I did not decide on my existence. No. So I cannot even claim to own my so-called body. You know, all the time, my body. When they say it should be your body, what did you do? That it is, you know, some clever people like Aquinas, John Locke, who writes about theories of property, this and that and that. They say, you see, this becomes your property if you have exerted your labor into it. It becomes yours. Now, what labor did you and I exert to be this body? What labor? Let's be honest. There was no labor that we exerted. So by what right do we claim my body, Uncle Sian? How can it be yours? You did nothing to have it in the first place. No, you did nothing. Let's just be frank. He just did nothing. And if we ask you, you say my body. Someone of the speakers referred to René Descartes. Voila. Well, you know, he didn't make that statement in a vacuum. It was within a particular history that René Descartes declared cogito ergo sum. Within that same history, before him, an African philosopher by the name of Augustine, Saint Augustine, made the same point using different words. Si fallor sum. If I can make a mistake, then I exist. So the logic of Descartes is precisely the logic of Saint Augustine. So you see, Descartes was popularized, and he was asked, but who is this I that you're talking about? Can you identify the I? Who is the I? You say, I think, therefore I exist. Tell us, who is the I? Well, to cut a long story short, the question continues until today, because Descartes never found the I. He tried all guessworks in biology, whatever. In the end, it was clear that Descartes could not identify the I. Not at all. So you see, even the way we speak is such that it appears we don't take ourselves seriously with the basics. These are the basics. We have to really question, when I say this, what does it mean? Can I take myself seriously about this? You see, there are some people start wondering why philosophers use expressions like the concept of nothingness. Being and nothingness, for example, from Jean-Paul Sartre. It's the title of a book. Okay, so you can see that I come to the third point of my lesson, that you see, when we talk about these things, this is my land, this is my son, this is my husband, this is my wife, uncle. It's my. And what is the evidence for the my? What is the evidence for the my? Well, if I go to the erotic side for the moment, you see that the my wife business, for example, or my husband business, for example, is very common. But few bother to consider that my wife, my husband, does not eliminate the biological fact that you still remain woman and the other one still remains man. So my wife, my husband is a legal enclosure. Otherwise, Prince Charles would not have gone to Camilla Parker Bowers. Okay. So you can see. Second, still in the romantic or erotic context, well, how many people go around saying to Rosemary, Liza, Elizabeth, you name them? How many people go around and say, I love you? How many? Exactement. Very many. And we feel so pleased when this is addressed to us. But you see, there is a problem there, and luckily it is identified by a woman, Luce Irigaray. She argues that when you study the grammar of that phrase, I love you, I subject, love verb, you object. So that is the love of the carpenter, because as you are my object, I'm going to shape you the way I want. Today, I will tell you, you didn't shave, I like you shaving. You're carpentering me because you're my object. Hey, I don't like your skirt, Mano, take a longer one. I'm busy as a carpenter because I love you. You are my object. I expect you to be passive in this verb called love. So I'm going to do the carpentry, the shaping, the what. And so she says this is not very intelligent. Why? Because if you are going to insert I love to you, it makes a very big difference. Just the insertion of the preposition to. Je t'aime à toi. You see, I love to you. So I'm inviting you to come to the verb. What is the verb? Love. Let us play love together. You are also a subject and no longer my object. Voila. So you can see how we take language for granted. We take it for granted. It's so nice that she said she loves me. I feel good about it. I would object. But you see, because it is so popular, when someone says, I love you, and I come to say, I love to you, you will run like the character in Shakespeare's Hamlet. You will run. And people will be, why are you so pent up? You will say, I met a mad man. Why? No, he said, I love to you. You see, because it is just very popular to say, I love you. Yeah, so philosophy is about not taking issues for granted. It asks you all the time, for any circumstance, to have at least 4 eyes when you are looking at something. To have at least 4 ears so you're able to hear properly. You see? So, because of that, if you really would have plus 2 more, if you would really have plus 2 more, but not 2 more Ubuntus, if you have, then you see, you will get into the mold of what we call philosophy is disturbance. If philosophy does not disturb, if it keeps you placid and happy, just start doubting if this is philosophy. Just start doubting. Aikwe philosophy which will leave you the same. And so you will see as a philosopher, like I saw on screen in one of the presentations, there was Hade, there was maths, and in the same, I saw in yellow, men's instead of maths. You see, that is a question also of observation. And observation in our game, when you write something, you must proofread it. Can't you? Bengekwe proofreading to see that maths is not men's. Can you see? You see, you have to be looking. He said, another point is this about the story. Because everything is not ours and it is unsure, how come that we talk about what we call AI? First, again, the question of language. You see, for some who have studied law, it is clear that in family law, you do have something called AI, and that is artificial insemination. You see? For sure. And there is a book by Harlow exactly on that title, Artificial Insemination and the Law. So, why jump to AI? Why jump to AI? Forgetting that you might be confusing your readers. They must be thinking, this one is talking about artificial insemination, when in fact you're not talking about it. So what's the story? Why just, I was quite curious, waiting to hear a kind of critique of the use of AI. Just that. Well, you see, we had another presentation on the beads, very beautiful and lovely. Part of it was around aesthetics. And so Aesthetics is the domain of arts. It's where imagination is allowed to go wild. It is the domain of poiesis, the making of things. Okay? So you will get aesthetics. It is art. So things can be artificial, meaning according to art. But AI is not according to art. It's according to science. She or she, science is to know. Science is to know. And to know in a scientific way means according to certain commonly agreed conventions. So how come? Especially when you relate that to technology. By the way, etymology is also very crucial. When you check your dictionary, check in brackets the etymological root of the word that you're using. You see, then you will see a direct connection between technology, and shire. So how come? Just from that reasoning, and at the same time following the so-called history of science in the West, how come we don't call this scientific? It must be scientific intelligence, because in science, your imagination is restricted. You don't come and do like Wordsworth, I wandered lonely as a cloud. No, not in science. Exactitude is required. And so you yourself must be scientific. And to be scientific, you must be able to tell us that this is scientific insemination. Intelligence. Scientific intelligence related to the technique. Technology comes after science. Now, no analysis, no critique of AI is a problem to a philosopher. It's a problem. We need precision, linguistically and also in terms of the body of knowledge that exists at the time. One. Still on that point, you know, this AI, which is called AI by mistake, according to me, it is scientific intelligence. This AI has got rules. We have heard that, okay, in the 1950s, you know, it started. Comme ci, comme ça. But you see, the point is this, that the core idea is in the concept of cyborg. Cyber organism. So you take two words, you put them into one, you got cyborg. And cyborg is a human machine. A cyborg is a human machine. Well, there is a book by that title if you are interested. And so you see the word was used here, mimicking of the human brain. Imitation of the human brain. You see, human machines, in that expression to explain the meaning of cyborg, is very critical. Because an aeroplane is also a machine of some kind, I'm sure. Just as a ship, even if it didn't break while Van Riebeeck was coming, even a ship is a machine, right? There are so many machines, but they don't have the adjective human. It's not by accident. It is not by accident. So you see, linguistic precision, conceptual clarity is vital. You just can't talk with anybody if you're conceptually all over the place. You're playing as if the game is open for everyone. No, some people are listening to you with 4 ears. Keep that in mind. Some people are listening to you with 4 ears. And so if you just talk like that, that is a problem. Now, again, still on AI. There was a lot of talk about, hey, we really have to do this and that on Ubuntu about this AI. SI is for me the better. Anyway, I will say AI for now. I was curious, I was wondering, when we talk so much about this AI, when are we going to hear about the Tutwani? Because the Tutwani, or the so-called technologies, actually, they are metaphysical remote control of human beings. So why don't Kadripilaga? We hear about the Tutwani. We read lots of books in psychology, even by white people who don't understand the background, telling us this and that, as topology is a dream. Now we rush to the topology of the West. We see, No, I think there's something wrong with the forgetfulness of the self that we display. There's something wrong. Because these human machines are imitations, and they can be controlled remotely. Setotwana se control remotely king akastwana. So why don't get to the facts? Upper science tells you to get to the facts, right? So the facts are just open to us. But we don't want to look at those facts and talk about AI. It's related to what we call the fourth industrial revolution. I saw many 4 IRs here. Industrial revolution, according to whose history, the first industrial revolution, where was it? Was it in Africa? The second, was it in Africa? The third, was it in Africa? Can't it? How do we count? We are in Africa. We are in Africa. We are in this country where, for example, we can talk about the mining and agricultural revolution, as you will find it, for example, in the book of St. Peter Branch, A History of Inequality in this country. Why can't we start counting? Hey, when we say we must do this, utadiramos in our power. We are there. We are there. We are real mimics. No, man. Let us be fair to ourselves. Let us be fair to ourselves. Why do we count these things according to a history which is not our own? And even for that matter, jump onto them. Yeah? How many universities here have human resources courses? So, Kante, what was wrong with the Department of Personnel? Are universities not terrain of critique and criticism? There were persons in the personnel department. Here, you are a resource, you are reduced to the level of cobalt. And then the university says, yes, you can now say students are like cobalts, and you teach them, you get a qualification. But you have a vice chancellor or deputy vice chancellor research. Where are the 4 eyes? Where are the 2 ears? +2. You see, it is a problem jumping onto this. We heard, for example, that Africa can swallow all the continents. Let me be moderate and say that Angola can swallow the whole of Western Europe. Angola only. One country in Africa can swallow Western Europe. If that is true, and it is not a lie, it is true. Because of this truth, how is it that year in and year out, from the small little boys, territorially speaking, in terms of population, they are even fewer than us. Mararaya, we don't have money. Have you seen Gibson Kentes play Africa? There was one of the characters, but you Asinema Litwala. So Gibson Kente had some, at least in his later drama, some very good tinge of politics. And he understood why these characters should have names. So Tina Sibo Asina Malitwala. We go to ask for small little boys, just give us the crumbs from your table. And then we can do what we can do. Kanjani? We can't do it. Because he still has the huge, delicious food on the table. When utajama fufura ufita uswaifle alwela to bed. You see? So, not only that, you know, in 94, 90, the World Bank was 98, around that time, the World Bank released a report. And now, Otsako KwaZulu, if you know Ingwavuma, that's fine. If you come from Limpopo and you know Kruger National Park, that's fine. Now, these two places are the size of Belgium, territorially speaking. One place, Hokayako Kruger National Park, is like you have gone to Belgium, territorially speaking, by size. And Belgium, until today, has not got a population of 13 million. But World Bank report, the economy of Belgium at that time in the 90s was equal to the whole economy of sub-Saharan Africa. Where do we come from? Kruger National Park be able to actually have wealth for equal to the rest of you see, justice is out of joint. Justice is out of joint. And these are issues we must push to our students. Ubuntu is at war if Ubuntu opens its eyes. If Ubuntu is abulimato, we won't see this obvious and plain war. It is obvious. Not so long ago, I went to recheck these stories in the library at in Louvain. I checked again to be sure, and I saw. I said, "Oh, Kosia." Okay, so we have to really understand that we need more eyes, and more eyes means also attentive and critical reading. Not only critical reading, but critical reasoning. If you don't reason critical, there's no way. But one of the things that blunted our critical reasoning is a story, a very common story. You see from this story that nobody knows why we are here, then there are too many guessworks. One of the guessworks is this, that, you see, we have God the Creator. God created everything. Umonika, where did you see God? Where? Where? And so, you see, someone, now here, just briefly, but I asked you to please stop me, all right? So, someone knowing their history of the West. In the past, there was so-called Greek mythology, okay? Way back, with so many gods, from Venus, Zeus, you name them. There were all kinds of Greek gods. Babanzi. And those, somebody decided we must have a calendar to draw a boundary between those gods who belong to what we will call mythos. It's mythical, Bhagava. So that is the domain of mythos. I'm not saying by this don't go to eat by mythos restaurants. They offer one of the best menus. So you can go eat. And then what do we replace for mythos? Logos, reason. Reason is now going to be the replacement of mythos. And in mythos, there were many gods. Polytheism. In mythos, there were many gods. Now in Logos, there will be one God. In Logos, only one God. Please, it is good not to undermine human emotions, even human sexuality. Because in the invention of the fiction that there are three great religions of the world, I'm sure most of you, God bless me, know them. Abrahamic religions, right? To Abraham. Yahweh, God of Jesus Christ, and Allah. From the loins of Abraham. Okay? So these, yes, the suburb. So you see, that was that. And then, because they are monotheistic, they are said to be the great religions of the world. And therefore, everyone else must succumb to their truth. But who is God anyway that can make them even force us to do this? Early in the days of Christianity, I'm talking about the period 40 in the so-called Anno Domini, the year of the Lord. Around that time, there was a Greek by the name of Chrysostom. And I will read from him. Of man's belief in the deity and his assumption that there is a God, we were maintaining that the fountainhead or source was that idea which is innate in all mankind and comes into being as the result of the actual facts and the truth. An idea that was not framed confusedly, nor yet at random, but has been exceedingly potent and persistent since the beginning of time, and has arisen among all nations and still remains being a common and general endowment of rational beings. Can you see logos? Logos is reason. But It is unrestricted. All rational animals are Homo orans. So that Homo orans is the ontological sister of Homo sapiens. There's no way you can separate. The praying human being is the ontological sister, twin sister of Homo sapiens. As a result, there is no need, as Kwasi Wiredu argues, there is absolutely no need to actually even have an institutional religion. His thesis, which he elaborates upon, is that anyway, you cannot teach God to a child. It's obvious. You cannot teach God to a child. God is already known to a child. So why do you want to impose Allah or the God of Jesus or even Yahweh? Why? No need. But, you know, so you see, there is a problem, a big problem. God, to cite the thesis of S.E. Gilson, God is not a scientific probability, but a metaphysical necessity. So, I don't want priests to lose their jobs, but they must understand that it is not particularly interesting. It is not particularly interesting to invoke a God who, at the same time, we know from our history, is a warrior God, a God who actually endorses unjust wars against his own children by the other children, Uncle Sian. And so that is why I requested myself for Va Pensiero by Verdi. I wanted to indicate many layers, but because of the strictures of time, I would like to say the aesthetic dimension of the song is such that it is so somber that for me, I even chose it as one of the songs when we were having the ceremony to lay the mother of our children to the grave. You see, a slave can die, but also at the same time for aesthetic reasons, that lugubrious mood becomes necessary. And that's why it was by my request that Verdi be played. Anyway, you know, it is not so that this is my last point and saying bye. Okay. It is not so that my reference to the Tutwani, the topology is mad. It is not mad at all. It needs attention. To show that it needs attention and to show that this AI is a problem. AI, the same science tells us that life on this planet is water-based. No water, no life in this planet, one. Two, we know that the sun is losing its heat every day. It has a lifespan like every machine. So if AI is so interested in securing human life and human well-being, why was atomic or so that life can continue on this planet? Why are they not focused on the water? Why are they not thinking about, hey, the sun is getting colder every day. What science can we develop to prolong the heat of the sun so that replace work? Because of pecunimania, what happens with Italy? They run for these small things. They run for these small things with big promises. Voila. Now, you may know that once upon a time, there was a president of the United States called Jimmy Carter. Okay? Usile Malova at the age of 100. In 1976, during his presidential campaign, Jimmy Carter declared, if I become a president, I'll make every piece of information of this country has about UFO, unidentified flying objects. I will make that sightings available to the public and the scientists. I am certain that UFOs exist because I have seen one. After he was elected, what did Carter do? No. After he was elected, Jimmy Carter sent a letter to the extraterrestrials in the Voyager space probe on September the 5, 1977. Behlanya Jimmy Carter. Was he really a fool? And so the text continues. But Carter is not the only one to have sent messages to the extraterrestrials. On November 19, 2017, Science Post announced that a team of astronomers from SETI had sent a radio message containing information about the planets of our solar system, the structure of DNA, a drawing of the human being, and other basic information about the Earth and its inhabitants in the direction of neighboring solar systems. Bahafa, 2017 is yesterday, and still there is a belief that outside of this little planet, there is intelligence. And this belief is based on science. Because there is no time, I can tell you to refer to the book of the scientist Hoyle. It is called The Intelligent Universe. Intelligence doesn't come from here. It comes from somewhere. But scientists don't want to talk that language because they say, anyway, and so what I've read from is the text called The Psychology of Stupidity. We are all stupid. We really are. We are all stupid. But we should be consoled by the fact that behind that stupidity, there is a noise of wisdom. So Ubuntu tells us, if you spell it with B-ing, not the being that I have seen on screen. If you spell it in that way, it is alive with us, and it tells us, Obra, ye nyoba, life is mutual aid. Sengbongi.
That was a mouthful. It was a mouthful indeed. Thank you very much, Prof. Ramose. Thank you very much for that talk. It was beautiful. It was mind-blowing. And we really appreciate you being here today. And thank you very much again. Colleagues, due to the issues of time, I would like us to move to the next session or rather the next item of the program. Should you wish to engage Prof. Ramose, he is still here, And once we have lunch, you will still have an opportunity to engage him. Very lovely man. And should we, once we are done with lunch, and should you wish to still shake his hand, take a picture, thank him, you will have an opportunity to do so. Very welcoming. In my instance, he gives me a feeling of having umkhulu. That's how I see him. That's how I feel around him. I feel like a child, and I get very excited because ngibona umkhulu, and umkhulu no gogo. Those people, those are the most loving and exciting, and you know, those are the kind of people you want to be around. You know that with your parents will be very strict, and your parents will expect you to behave. But you know that once you go to your grandparents' home, you have the opportunity to be yourself, to be happy and to be excited. And that is the feeling that Prof. Ramose gives. In closing, I would like to make an announcement with regards to publications. We will send out an email to all our participants, including those that did not have an opportunity to present in the symposium. We will send out a communication indicating that we will move forward with publications. We've approached Frominon to do a special issue, and that is where we will proceed with regards to that. So we will send communication and email indicating deadlines and dates with regards to that. So to close the event, I would like to request Dr. Mkwanazi, who is a senior lecturer at the Department of Philosophy, to please close the event for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. After so many well-excogitated talks, I would not want to be a spoiler. So please allow me, on behalf of the Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology, to thank Professor Ramose for his invaluable contribution to our epistemological struggle in South Africa and the world at large. We also like to thank the family of Professor Ramose for giving him Ubuntu, which he has so generously shared with all of us, his students, and the world at large. Rea leboga go menagane bagaetsho. We also wish to thank all the keynote speakers for engaging Professor Ramose's works, and also for engaging all of us so that we can understand Professor Ramose even better. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you all, our audience, all of you who left all your engagements in order to be present here with us and Professor Ramose. There will not be a symposium without you. So thank you very much. Last but not least, I wish to thank our organizers, Sane Ndlovu, Gugu Ndlazi, Petro Sikukuni, and Dr. Claire Westman, for the role you played to make this event what it is. Thank you very much. And I must say there are many other people behind the scenes who contributed immensely to make this event successful. Thank you very much. And I wish to thank, perhaps in a particular way, the Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology for remembering Professor Ramose. He is our ancestor in philosophy, and we cannot forget him. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mkhwanazi. May I please request the keynote speakers and those that were presenting to come to the front with Prof. Ramose for a group picture, and after that we can have lunch. Thank you very much, colleagues.